Oh, another match point.
Incredible third set here.
They changed their strategy a little bit and they fought their way back in.
There it is. Game, set, and match. Hello and welcome to the 2024-25 APTA Tour. We're live from the Short Hills Club in Short Hills, New Jersey, bringing you the Short Hills Invitational with live streaming brought to you by the APTA membership and our tour presenting sponsors, Volley and Corient. Tournament support has been provided by the following local sponsors: J.P. Morgan Private Bank, Maple Crest, Ford Lincoln of Union, Master Athletics, Spiro, Harrison, and Nelson, New Jersey Men's Platform Tennis Association, Club Pilates, Paper, Ribbon, and Wrap, Center Court Padel, Suzanne Emmerich of Keller Williams Premier Properties, T-Spa, and New Jersey Flex League. I'm Mike Rowley alongside Brad Easterbrook, bringing you the men's semifinals between Elvi Regalado, Jose Salazar, and Graham McNerney and Adam Morgan. Brad Easterbrook, welcome to the booth, my friend.
Thanks, Michael. All right, so we got this is kind of a big showdown here. We got our number 1 and number 3 seeds here with a lot of implications on the season. You see him pounding the net there. Let's get a quick just rundown of our players on the court. All right, on the top left of your screen with the white paddle and kind of the blue cap, so Jose Salazar, and his partner to his right, top right of your screen, Elvi Regalado. And as we go around the clock here, we got Adam Morgan on the bottom with the white cap on the bottom of your screen, and his partner, sporting the man bun, cool headband, Graham McNerney. And, you know, this match has, first of all, you know, these guys have battled all year long. They've played each other just in the Boston final. This is a semifinal here. Oh, you see a little shot there off the top of the net, almost catches him in the nether region. So for Jose Salazar, he is in first place right now for the APTA Cup, and the APTA Cup is a $50,000 prize pool for the men and women that they give to the top 6 players in the country, and $10,000 for the winner. Right now, Salazar is in first place by a bit, but if Graham McNerney can win this match and then win the tournament, he will overtake Salazar for first place in the APTA Cup and win the $10,000 prize. So it's about a $6,000 or $7,000 match here for Graham McNerney. But McNerney has to win the tournament in order for him to claim first place. If Salazar, you know, loses here, but then McNerney still doesn't, he'll still win the APTA Cup. So some implications too on the prize money from the APTA Cup as it goes in here, Mike.
That's a big time. That's not chump change. So they're not only playing for pride, but I think this is the 3rd time that McNerney and Morgan have played Regalado Salazar, and they lost to him in the Chicago Charities final, and then a couple weeks ago they lost to him in the I think it was the finals at Boston. Is that correct?
Yeah. And it was a great match in Boston. They lost like 7-5, 7-6, 7-5 maybe, and they were coming off a 3-hour-plus battle with Frazier and West. So this should be, you know, it's a great matchup. You got McNerney, who is probably one of the best net players in the country, if not the best. His ability to control the point at the net with volleys, he knows when to step in and close and hit a drop volley. He also has a specific ability. He's so tall. He's like 6'4", that, you know, he can hit waterfalls fading backwards from the middle of the box. And it gives him this ability to, like, you think you're attacking him and getting ready to attack, and he slams a third panel slam from places that no one else can really do it.
Yeah, you know, that height gives him, you know, a little bit more, like you said. He's got angles. He can create angles that for the normal players are not there.
Right, and of course,
you know,
Regalado and Salazar, they've been just so disciplined all year. They're the most disciplined team out there. They're starting to speed it up a little. They did in Boston more, and looking for more opportunity to, you know, to take some chances or to blitz in and cut off a ball. But when push comes to shove, they don't rely on cut overheads to win. They don't rely on anything. They can bait you and just push the ball back and stand at the net and say, go ahead, you know, hit it. And then if you hit a good shot, they either volley it back or transition back and get it. they just don't miss, and they maintain discipline throughout.
Yeah, no, it definitely wouldn't happen without all the other clubs.
Yeah, I was on the mic for that Boston final, in the first 3 games. It was a 45-minute 3-game start to the match. And the first set took 2 hours. So I've packed a lunch. I'm ready. I've got 16 gallons of water here. I'm ready to go.
16 gallons of water.
Distance.
Good. You have you have a number to call if things get really dire.
Yeah, that's right.
That's good. You're right. Yeah, we did that final together because I remember there was a storm coming in, and I was trying to drive out to Boston, and it was quite a barn burner getting out of there. And actually, the drive home was rough. And there was a storm that came last night too. You can see it here. The court's still a little wet. It's drying out. I don't expect there to be any effects. The courts have cleared off pretty well.
Welcome to the 2025 Short Hills Invitational Men's Grand Prix semifinal match. On my left, from Roseland, New Jersey, Alvaro Regalado. Thank you. And his partner in the blue hat, Jose Salazar from Greenwich, Connecticut. On my right, from Chicago, Illinois, Graham McNerney. And his partner in the white hat, Adam Morgan from Lake Bluff, Illinois. This match will be best 2 out of 3 sets with tiebreakers determining each set at 6 games all.
All right, there you have it.
McNerney Morgan won the toss and elected to receive.
Umpire Mike Davis giving us the rundown. Best 2 out of 3. And it looks like Regalado and Salazar will start the match out. There's Adam Morgan's. Good shot of him. Carrying the banner for Chicago, and he's been knocking on the door for a while now. He's been one of the top players in the country, and nobody puts more into a match and is more competitive than Adam Morgan.
He is probably leads the league in competitiveness.
All right, here we go. That's Jose Salazar starting us off. And they got the same vest, which is very cool. Albi Regalado, they got their team name, Salazar. And if you want to know who's who, you can actually start with the black paddle or the white paddle if you ever get confused out there, because they're doing the same outfit type of deal. So Albi Regalado has the black paddle and the white paddle on Jose Salazar. And the far side in the white cap again, Adam Morgan and Graham McNerney.
And these 2 teams have combined to win the 3 previous or 3 other Grand Prix. It started with Chicago. This is a repeat of the finals, and then we were in Detroit together, and Morgan and McNerney won that, and then this is a repeat of the Boston final as well. So Regalado, Salazar 2-0 against the team of McNerney and Morgan. Both pretty good matches. But what do you think we need to see out of Morgan and McNerney to turn the tides and win this match, Brad?
I think they're right there. In fact, these 2 teams have probably had the best season by far of all the teams, even though McNerney and Morgan are only seeded third here. I think that's the discipline they're going to see, and they're going to match them discipline for discipline. And it's going to be a question of when they can pick their spots. You can see, like Morgan over there, he didn't hit the last 7 balls, but he's sort of like, he's ready, ready to hit that big drive. I think it's going to be discipline. And you can see here, this is the big thing, because they can dump the ball to McNerney all day, and he's going to dump it back, and he's gotten so good at just making sure he's controlling the engagement. Like he wants to drive when he wants it. If you want to dump it to his forehand all day long, he'll keep waiting all day long until you hit it harder and it comes off the screen, or he gets the ball he wants to move. It's going to be a disciplined battle in a lot of cases.
Yeah, and I would say that we've got, Graham is what I'd call it, court general. He uses those lobs to, wow, what a great drop shot.
15 all.
Regalado. But he will tend to use those lobs to move his opponents around the court and create the situations
30-15.
that best suit him to attack.
Right, and there you see a couple of points, and this is one of the things I was going to get to. Oh, great return from McNerney there, but they transition back easily. The last 2 points, so they won the first one just on a errant volley there, but the last 2 points, Morgan showed the drive, and they closed in and hit offensive volleys back. It's going to be a question of like making sure you hit the drive at the right time. These guys are so well matched. The ability. Morgan's got a ton of offense. The biggest thing for Morgan, I think, though, this year is I think his defense has improved, actually, Mike. It used to be that sometimes you could get him twisted around with some waterfalls or hit spin overheads, and he had a lot of movement playing the screens. He still has a fair amount, but he's gotten much better defensively. These teams, we're going to see a lot of this, until one moment where somebody makes a move, and then we'll see if they can, execute it.
Yeah, and I think one thing to look for along your point with Regalado and Salazar, that when Morgan is driving, they need to really close on the net to neutralize. One of Graham McNerney's greatest strengths is his transition and his ability to blitz. And by them closing down on the net when Morgan's driving, they're taking away that lift volley that makes McNerney so dangerous when you have to lift to him in his blitz. So I'd say that's something to look for here is, how well are they closing down and shutting that low volley off and closing it off.
And you can see McNerney right there already. You can see him. He moves his position. He also, we talked about him being like 6'4". Within 1 or 2 strides, he presses himself right up to the baseline early or inside. Then he sort of fades back. And you were talking about, it's a court general. Tough miss there from Morgan.
40-30.
He is a court general, and he'll even use his position on the court. Like he'll move up a step just to block a lob a little earlier so he could push it up behind you sooner. It's a great sign to see actually McNerney hit 2 really good returns there.
Salazar, they lead the first set 1-0.
Almost shocking to see him miss that volley. You rarely, if ever, see that. He wasn't prepared on the backhand volley. He pretty much always is.
And I like to see Graham bringing that forehand drive, off the deck. Because it forces Regalado and Salazar to, I think, respect his forehand a little bit more. And where it's not a safe zone to just dump the ball.
Adam Morgan to serve.
Adam Morgan here to serve. Down love 1, semifinals, the Short Hills Invitational.
Yeah, and you make a great point because that's sort of been like the way you would do it with Graham McNerney is you had a safe place. You could always just dump the ball soft to sore. In some cases, you were actually trying to bait him to hit it. And then he became so good at controlling points with his lob, that people actually stopped even dumping it to him just because he was so good at, there's a great cross. And there, I think you can see where the court is dark blue versus the light blue. All right, the dark blue still has some water on it, and that ball just did not get more than an inch off the ground. That was a beautiful cut finish there from, McNerney. Probably not the last we're going to see. He's got a great overhead. But he got so good at controlling the lobs that people stopped really even just wanting to dump it there because he would push you around with his lobs. And bit by bit, he's adding that forehand in where he's hitting more. 2 for 2 in the first game. That's good, But even still today, I think players would tell you, they want Graham to beat you with his forehand drive off the deck, right? Not the one off, nothing off the screen. You hit it too hard off the screen, you do not want that because then he's driving it, moving forward and coming in, and he loves the screen drive transition. Even now, as the forehand's improved, it's still the way you want him to have to beat you. He's just gotten so good at every other aspect of the game. That's why he's seated 3rd here and, in contention for coming in 1st place for the APTA Cup this season.
And I think we'd be remiss if we don't talk about Salazar and Regalado. I mean, they've had, a year of, utter
excellence. Yeah, just excellence.
Excellence. where they've lost one match. And since Nationals of last year, they lost obviously in the finals. But for them to have the season that they're having already, as we get closer and closer to Nationals here, is really, really, to me, an incredible feat to have a team that's relatively young. We've talked about, their ascension to the top of the game, that how quickly it's happened. And I mean, you've got, Salazar with the hammer of a forehand. They've got offense up both sides, but their ability to just dig in is extremely impressive to me, where they don't give you much at all.
Yeah, and they can play slow or fast, and they can transition back. There is no weakness, right? They came in that hair's breadth of winning Nationals last year. They did basically everything right. They were losing, then they made adjustments and switched in the backcourt, and and were able to change the complete tenor of that match and get to the point where they actually could have easily won it. And the only thing they did wrong was in the moments where it got to that place where they could have won it, they made a couple of questionable shots that they didn't do the whole way. Now you see the steam there. You can see the water still coming up. And from that moment on, they've just been so good and so disciplined. Look, everybody's going to miss a ball here, but they just don't play the wrong shot at the wrong time. And their defense is superb, whether it's at the net or on the baseline, and they know when to transition back and when to, move in. A lot of guys will get caught, reaching for a volley. They do less of that than other teams.
And we've talked about it a fair amount too. Wow, that was a
30-all.
Nuclear forehand there from Regalado.
Whacked it right at him, and McNerney had just a moment of hesitation. Do I let it go or do I volley? He never got out of the way, and he never volleyed it. So caught him just off the chest a little.
Yeah, and I think, Brad, if we were to, and I think we've talked about this in the past, that you look at McNerney when he volleys, there is, it's almost a fearless where he steps up and steps forward on the net. And, I don't know if it's a kosher play or not, but, his hands are so good that when he's got position on the net, I'd love to hear your opinion if we see players hitting the ball up a little bit.
You mean go up into him more instead of throwing a ball just right over the net? Yeah, it's a decent point. He's a big guy, and to go up a little higher into the chest, you got to be careful, because then you're starting to run into a zone where you're really just trying to hit him. You're not really actually trying to make your shot in necessarily, because when you're going up, a lot of those balls are going to start going out, and that's the danger. And I have to think the only reason it hasn't happened is because I think McNerney would get out of the way a lot of times. Now, he didn't that time. And by the way, that last ball was going in. It was not what you were talking about. They didn't go higher on him. It just caught him. Yeah, and I think he would get out of the way. I think his ability to recognize. But you make a valid point. He's so good up there
30-40.
that when it's one of his game changers, abilities that is better than other players on the tour. When he's at the net and you're driving with a comfortable ball to drive, you have to start thinking, is this good to do? Because he might just stuff it down my throat, even though I've hit a good drive, right? Yeah. So you make a valid point. I just think he'd start to learn to get out of the way right away. There's a switch in the net, and you see Morgan and McNerney. They're definitely having McNerney work and control that net. Regalado, Salazar just digging and grinding here as they do, and then they have great offense too. And Salazar can hit it off both wings. 90% of offense from Albi Regalado comes from his forehand wing, but he can hit the backhand too, especially on the move, like on a ball like that, where he moves up the wire and try to one-time a backhand high. And there you see McNerney, and he cheats to the middle a lot. So as you play, you got to hit behind McNerney. We've talked about this before, Mike. Great play.
And that is classic McNerney, where he will take a step or two back and almost fake the transition and then step back forward and take that ball out of the air.
It was a great point, actually. All the players playing to their strengths, you know, and they went in, they took their move, and McNerney at the net, he wins a lot of those exchanges. I don't think Salazar did anything wrong. He was surprised that McNerney didn't move back. This will be a good hold here. They had a break point. Regalado, Salazar, they're just, this is good, solid stuff here from all players. There's a switch in the backcourt at the net again. And that's a move we'll see. He pushed him back, and he's trying to one time. He knows the down-up overhead's coming.
You're feeling the pressure.
Right at the crease, but that's going to go high. Nice. But going back to your earlier point, you know, Mike, I think you're making a good point, though. Hitting the ball, instead of that hard, flat drive that's like just right over the net, maybe it would be good against a guy like McNerney to hit like, not so much high and up into his chest where the ball wouldn't be going in, but to hit like an up spinner, like, you know, heavy spin up into his chest. So he's got to raise his paddle up. And that's a great hold there for McNerney Morgan.
Games are 1-1, first set.
Yeah, it wasn't, you know, saying vindictively to go high and drill him, but like just taking that off-speed, heavy topspin, you know, and shaping the ball up into, you know, it makes chicken wing or
a lot of sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, look, he is one of the best volleyers in the game without a doubt, one of the best in the blitz play without a doubt, and he's also one of the best at shutting down points, meaning you're getting your offense and you think you've done everything right, and then all of a sudden he's right there and he just volleys it right back. And not only just volley back, but he can volley back offensively often. Yeah, and it's unique because as the game's involved too, you can see, you know, Regalado and Salazar, you know, Regalado, they have embraced all aspects of the game, but they don't live by like a cut overhead or something. They don't. Their pressure exists because they're just so good at every aspect, you know, and they don't need a cut overhead. They don't need to speed it up. They can slow it down. They can do whatever style they need to.
And I think right now for them racing.
Well, I love that move Morgan just made. He pulled a McNerney and closed down and blitzed off of McNerney's drive.
For them, they're making a bunch of uncharacteristic mistakes on forehand drive. To your point,
You know, Brad, this is the 17th spot or 17th tournament out of the tour, out of 19, and then 20th is the Nationals. But if we're looking at kind of the results over the last year, these two teams have combined for 8 wins on the tour. Regalado and Salazar have won 5 tournaments. Morgan, McNerney have won 3. And then Salazar actually won the Ridgewood Classic. I'm just going to shut up and let this point play out here.
No, that was great. I mean, it's just good stuff. And you're absolutely right. These guys have been the 2 best teams in the country by far. And Jose Salazar, Regalado hasn't made every tournament, but Salazar, he's been on the tour. Like, he's played every single tournament just about. You know, that was a heck of an overhead roll in there. Some great transition play, a nice spike. While we're talking about the tournaments they're winning, they're showing us why.
far ahead because, you know, the further they get ahead, the more attacking Johan's doing. Right, when they have the lead, then it's just easier for them to go.
One-handed flipper from the middle of the court there. Love it.
Hey, Guy, did
You know,
Maybe a short cutter.
5 million balls to players
What I loved about that drive, and not only was it insane one-hander, but, you know, location of that drive. And, you know, as pros, one of the things that I'll say a lot is at the team and between the team, never around them. And you see there Graham attacking through the center of the court, and especially with the way that Regalado and Salazar tend to play, they're not they're not married to the idea that they have that full shift where they tend to play a little bit more almost
center of the
your
box.
half, my half,
You're
right. And is that a spot that is
That's too good.
attackable or not? But clearly there it wasn't. That
30
was
all.
great hands. Boy.
40-30.
No, just tough. Played a great game. It's a
Game,
tough
Regalado,
game like that where
Salazar.
you
They
play
lead the
these
first
really
set,
good
2
points,
games
but
to
then
1.
1, 2, 3, 2 lob misses and a kind of a faulty blitz on that. I love Regalado and Salazar even right now. They're talking about it. All right, I'm moving back to the overhead. Let's make sure we're in the right space. We know what we got covered. You see them having a conversation there because the blitz play is going to be big. And you talked about it earlier, Mike, their ability to close in on the net when the blitz play is going to shut that down is going to be a crucial part in this match I think for both teams to a degree.
Yeah.
A little bit of a different result.
Brad, we have got, this is the Short Hills Invitational, and then next week we move into the Steel City Classic, I believe, in Pittsburgh. And then the tour moves to Indianapolis, and it culminates at the Nationals in Philadelphia Cricket Club with a new format. They're changing a little bit. Play will start on a Thursday afternoon and run right into the finals on Saturday evening, which I think is a great little tweak to our sport's biggest tournament.
Yeah, and this tournament, the Short Hills Invitational, has been around forever, and it's always sat in the perfect spot. It's really the biggest tournament right before Nationals that all the top players come out to play, right? It's sort of the warm-up and the precursor to Nationals. They did a great job. They had the champions and dinner here, and a former director center on the night before the tournament, sort of honor that, and it's like the 150th year of the club. And there you see McNerney doing what we talked about.
15 love.
As soon as that drive's getting ready, he's bellying it up. He's about an inch from the net. He's going to put himself in a position where the volley can't go, and the ball can't get down on him, and he's going to drop volley it. Great play, but Salazar and Regalado, they've got to start hitting behind him. Salazar was hitting that in the exact place McNerney wants him. You got to hit it behind McNerney. You cannot go to the space you see is open, because when you're starting your swing, he starts moving into that space.
Right.
Right. It's not just the return itself. It's the other outside interference involved.
So as we go here, we got men's semis, the other semi on our other live streaming court. Nunez and Powers seated second here against Durant and Mitchell. So we have our top 4 seeds through here at the Short Hills Invitational. And that's a great matchup. They're doing battle on our other live stream right after this, but not before 10:30. We'll have our women's final and then men's final following that. And then everybody settle in for the Super Bowl. You got a day. Your day is planned.
It's a perfect day. I mean, 6 or so hours of platform tennis, and then roll it right into the Super Bowl.
Good hold. McNerney's the only one in the country starting to use a center panel waterfall. He's holding it because everybody's expecting the other side.
Wow.
Great volley from Morgan. Just great. And I love
30 love.
You can feel the competitiveness in every shot Morgan does. It's not always like this effortless or simple, like no economy of motion type shot.
30-15.
He's just in the moment all the time, competing every second.
I think Stephen Mitchell saw that overhead coming.
Just kind of push that, trying to go for a crease there. And you can see each one of these shots. Oh, he read it. Yep, he's on that one. Yeah, you can get him. If you can read the waterfall, he's probably one of the best in the game. That time Salazar started moving before he hit it. Knew it was coming.
But you also see Regalado, as Salazar made that move to take the ball on rise. Regalado was moving in behind in case Salazar wasn't able to get to it. You know, he's kind of the backup. And I think that's one of the great things about this live streaming is, you know, you can pick a player or pick a situation and watch, you know, maybe the footwork or the player off not hitting the ball and how they're, you know, doing their role rather than just watching the ball. So watch it one with us and then spend some time picking one thing to watch.
Yeah, it's a great point. And, you know, it's essentially what Salazar doing. He's not a full blitz because he is trying to play a ball on the bounce, but he's moving forward. So it's a blitz type move. And blitz usually comes with two things. It's usually blitz and cover, right? It's not just blitz, right? And a lot of people think when you're not hitting that if you're the one hitting the ball, you're the only one doing something. This is not true. You got to read the situations as partners all the time. And there's the hit behind him, and that is the smart play. They're going to keep remembering to use that.
How's your Spanish?
It's getting better. I'll say
That was, I think that's my ball, is what he
that
said.
really was. All right, so the court's almost completely dry now. You know, I haven't noticed maybe one ball in the beginning. There's going to be absolutely no issue. It's completely cloudy. It's actually, for most paddle players, they love it. I do as well. So it's a perfect paddle day, mid-30s.
And tactically, Duran and Mitchell are lobbing a specific spot, kind of knowing where the ball should be coming back on the next play.
See if there's a switch at the net here. In the backcourt, I mean. Because they're working Morgan's corner hard with waterfalls. And this is the area, to me, we talked about a little beginning that, you know, Morgan's always had a great drive, right? Hard, flat. But defensively, I think he's improved so much, right? They used to spin him around here and there. Not every time, but here and there. And it's just harder to break him down. And it's one of the things. And then if you don't hit the right type of overhead, he's always ready to drive. He can drive at any moment.
You know, 30-all point was a little bit of a loose mistake there. And, you know, if they hold on to win that game and it's fourth, I mean, now we're looking at 4-all, not 5-3.
These guys are grinding. There you go, McNerney. He's reading. Oh, what a shot from Morgan. 3 lasers.
He threaded the needle on that third one, didn't he?
Beautiful.
You know, being even at 4-all or down 5-3.
Look at that switch from McNerney, and he follows it up with a third panel smash. Just perfect point. Great plan by everyone out there. Morgan played terrific defense.
But you see how hard they have to work to win a point. And that, I mean, that's shows you, you know, the brilliance of Salazar and Regalado, and basically both teams. I mean, nobody's given up free points here, or very few.
That's a bad play there, but he's going to track it down. When they know the drive's coming and you're hitting it up to him, that's not a situation advantage. You use that off-pace drive, it can be effective. You catch somebody a little off the net, and then they pop up a ball, and you get a better attacking shot. But there is a danger to it.
Yeah, he's able to cut it off and hit that dropper.
Yeah, smart bail back. Now you see McNerney right in the middle again. His ability to hit that down, up, overhead, third panel smash.
Hey, guy, if you're Nunez coming in or Powers when he's serving, do you think about volleying it back to where the blitzer was coming from instead of trying to keep it away from him?
Oh, looked a little non-committal there from
115.
Regalado. Great points. McNerney Morgan firing on all cylinders. I got, Regalado, Salazar, they're playing what these guys are just battling right now. It's a dead even heat. It's a question of some execution. That's what we're talking about. Now that time they got him. And you can see he's fighting every ounce. Get it. 3 waterfalls in a row. 1. He barely gets that one again. Not that time. Yeah. That was perfect pace.
Thank you.
And that's the thing.
30.
You notice your opponents are transitioning back. Don't overhit it.
It's interesting to watch how much time Johan Duran spends in the blue, just looking to move in, looking to step forward, shrinking the court.
Game in first set for Durant and Mitchell. 6-3 against Nunez and Powers. Great to see those guys running into form. Ah, perfect blitz play.
30 all.
Producer Jake giving us, that's good. Here he comes. And he try again, you volley away from the guy, but you're still hitting up the right play. And it's hard to make in that absolute moment. Would have been just to hit a lob volley from Morgan and get out of there. But it's just a great play.
Easier said than done.
Absolutely. Absolutely, because it's so bang, bang, right?
So the players out on the court, Guy, are on the top of your screen in all black. To the left is Guillermo Nunez, and his partner to the right of the screen in the ad side of the court is Mark Powers. And at the net, Johan Duran is on the left side with the red shirt, the red sleeves. His partner got the ball now is Stephen Mitchell.
From the get-go, these guys have played exactly the way they want to. Sometimes you get these moments where they're feeling the match out, right? And somebody's finding their drive, but they whack 2 in the fence for a minute, and then all of a sudden it comes together. These guys have been, from the outset, it's 2-all, 30-all. Every point's been well contested, and these guys have just been right on point with what they're trying to do. We're seeing everybody playing, actually, a really high version of themselves. You see McNerney doing his work here at the net, controlling things. You call him a court general. He really is. He controls the point so well from up there. You see Regalado and Salazar, working the point to, being incredibly good defensively and disciplined until they have an opportunity to hit the ball low and blitz. You see Morgan just competing on every ball. It's a good thing that you packed your bottle of water, some snacks, and whatever, Michael, because, we don't want to have a missing persons report on you or anything.
That's right.
These guys can do this all day. It's like the classic line. I can do this all day.
They had an opportunity where they could have kind of brought it back to almost 4-all.
Oh, it's just a great drive from, Regalado, just even better volley. And as you mentioned before, it's like this is what you have to do to win a point, right? You're not making one drive, you're making 15, right?
And I think for, the club players, the drive is not. I mean, some people think that, well, my drive isn't working because the ball's coming back.
Right. So they try to do even more. They press more then, right?
Right. And I said, I'll say it all the time. Your drive, it doesn't mean it's not working when the ball's coming back. You need to give credit where credit is due, and that has a lot to do with the volley of your opponent. And they need to just get to work. And it's, a culmination of drives and opportunities, not just a wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, and one shot wins the point.
Yeah, and I think even you make a great point. You sort of bring up the other side of it there, is if you think you're driving to win the point, you're already thinking the wrong way, right?
Right.
You're driving to make your opponent volley and possibly create an error. Once you start thinking I'm hitting winners with my drive, you're going to start making too many mistakes with your drive.
40-30.
You are trying to force errors or force positions, but it's different. The mindset. This is a great point. Regalado Salazar finished that out with a perfect cross-court drive. Just didn't commit to that forehand. It's better to lob it than to hit it so slow like that.
Regalado Salazar, they lead the first set 3-2.
All right, it's time to talk about one of our great sponsors, Volley. And are you looking to lower your PTI? The secret's out. Early adopters are already leveling up with Volley's AI-powered trainers, and they're leaving the competition behind. Don't get left in the dust. Download Volley now at www.getvolley.com or search Volley Racket in your app store.
Well, you see the communication there between Regalado and Salazar. I don't think they're talking about who's going to win the Super Bowl.
Sorry?
Very specific.
Just whenever, we're going to go every 7. If both teams want a new ball, just request one and we'll get one.
It looks like that is a new ball right there that they have. Usually it's every 7 games, and they count the warm-up as a game. So this would be considered after 6 games. But they're getting a new one. It seems like everyone's in agreement. And the way these guys are working it from ball to ball, I would suggest switching every 5 games in a match like this is very wise, actually.
Especially with the court now is the moisture on the court looks like we're almost to a completely dry court, but that affects the flocking on the ball as well. A wet ball will tend to lose its flocking quicker.
Much quicker, you're right, and I think you're right, and I think that's part of why they're switching now a game early in this first go-around due to the court was, like we talked about, a little more dark blue, a little moisture on it to begin with. Either way, the quality's been super high, Mike.
I think we knew that coming in, right, Brad?
Yeah.
We kind of expected. This is kind of following the script that I expected, I can tell you that.
Which is why you prepared properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, these have been, and you mentioned it before, they've won 8 tournaments on the year. They've been the 2 best teams in the country, consistently wise. This is their, 3rd or 4th matchup on the year because they're going deep every tournament. That's going to go long cutter. The final they played in Boston, the first 3 or 4 games, were like this. And then you remember it started to speed up as the time went on, as it moved on a little bit. They started to open it up more.
Love 15.
This first set to me is crucial for these guys, because the uphill battle of going 2 more, but either way, these guys are in it for the long haul. And we all know Adam
Would
Morgan.
Would you say it's more important for one team or the other to kind of set the tone, or is it more important for McNerney and Morgan to get ahead here in the first set?
As I said it, no, I don't actually. It's funny, and as I said that comment, I'm already going to retract it. I think the first set is crucial for me if I were playing, right? In this case here, I think either one of these guys have lost sets throughout. I don't think it's actually crucial for either one of them. So I'm going to actually retract that because it's the amount they're having to expend, I'm thinking, to come back, 2 sets down. But I think for either one of these teams, they know what they're in for, and they're ready, So going to go back on that one.
Well, and I know that, like the finals of Detroit, McNerney and Morgan, I think they lost the first set 6-1.
Yep.
And yet they were able to right the ship and come back and win that match against who was it, Nunez and Salazar?
Yes, it's a different team. All right, Nunez and
Right.
Salazar. And, at that point, Salazar were at times in the match, he was inviting transition and different things. So it's a different type of comeback grind, right? Regalado and Salazar, they play to a sort of a kind of a system, where it's just hard work winning 1 point, right?
15
Nunez,
off.
Salazar, it's more open playing field. And when you get a more open playing field, you have more sometimes to find your way into it, if you follow what I mean.
Right. Well, I think, too, when you say it's obviously a different team, Nunez brings a little bit different, flavor to the points in match play. And I think Salazar and Regalado are so comfortable that no one is perfect, yet their slides are a lot shorter. And when I say slides, I mean, they're little lapses in either decision making, or discipline. They may last 2-3 points instead of a couple games. And I think that's one of the things that makes them so good.
Great lob. Oh, he goes hard at the body.
15-30.
Right in the tape. Tough. It's starting to work like, ball after ball. You're fighting for each point. Yeah, I can't fault anybody out there. It's a good look for Adam Morgan. He's got to keep swinging.
Yeah, and there are, errors that are kind of execution errors, and then there's decision errors.
30 all.
And I think that's generally the litmus test, is not whether or not, did I make the right choice and just fail to execute, right? We can live with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's all about the choices. And sometimes you inform your choices or your strategy based on your strengths or your ability to execute certain things, right? And that's how you go about deciding what your decisions are going to be. It's one thing to say, yeah, that's drivable ball, I should hit it, but if you have if you don't have a good forehand, you don't have to hit it, right? You can wait for the ball you want to hit. You can build your game there. That's just a great shot right into the nick.
30-40. Deuce.
Boy, this sixth game here is following suit with the other 5, isn't it? We're just neck and neck.
Yeah. I mean, the scoreboard's been completely reflective of what's been going on point after point, right? Last time it was 2-all, 30-all. And now it's 3-2 deuce, right? It's just no separation. It's just going to be, but we could have it here, right? This is going to be sort of the moment. And these guys are playing at a level where each point is hugely important. So one little crack is going to define like 2 to 3 games here, right?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. And right now it's just been beautiful. And it's just a perfect shot. Here's a great move. Look at that. So good at transitioning back, so smart. Now, there's the read of the close, and that forces the error. Again, Morgan hits
Regalado,
a great
Salazar.
drive, Mike. He hits a great drive, but did it help him? No, because the other team actually read it, moved in, and turned his offensive shot into their offense. Great play from Regalado Salazar.
And that's pretty much been the story of the match. Durant Mitchell hit the big forehand drive from the baseline and then blitzing behind it, looking to create, just speed up play and looking to get into those drive volley exchanges. I think they can.
In Salazar Regalado, I think this is their second break point. They failed to break last time Morgan served, and I mean this is big stuff right here. This is our first, in my mind, the first real kind of determining point. For either team trying to gain an advantage.
Earlier, it doesn't look like it was going to be that tough of a shot for Nunez to play. But you know what? You have to get out of the way of it. You have to chase it. You're looking up. You don't know where you're running.
And if you tune into the other live stream match, I'm going to guess you're going to get a completely different sort of feel to it. Whereas here, everything's like measured to this moment where somebody's going to go for it. I expect it's going to be more open out there. Like a little more hitting, a little more transition attack, and this comes in a flurry. This is great playing, but look at that, beautifully done. He knows he can't close in that time, so he decides to go back, and that's part of what makes him so good is their ability to read. Yet the point before to get the break point, he closed in and put away a volley, right? So it's just that ability to read the transition. There's still players there's, 3 main parts of the game. You have net play, where you and your partner are controlling the net. You have backcourt play. Then you have the serve return serve part of the game. But then the fourth play, which is so crucial at the highest level, is the transition play.
Mm-hmm. And that's, I think, a big change in the game over the last, I don't know how many years, but that transition play has become much more of a factor in the game.
Without a doubt.
Yes, he's definitely imposed his presence and will in this match. He sort of set the pace from the first point of the match. He's kind of dictating that pace, and he's definitely a big part of why it's 6-3 right now. Again, that's what I was talking about earlier, where it's love 30, and they miss a lot long. And right now, like I said, so for as good as they're playing Durant Mitchell, you can't give away those points when you have the opportunities. Again, it's still this match. You and I both know is a long way.
Keep having to check the scoreboard there to make sure we're still in the same point here, Brett.
We are. And it's one of those points where, as you had mentioned, it's crucial, right? About 10 minutes ago, you said you feel like this is a big moment, right? Where there could be some separation. You're right. It could be 4-2 or it's 3-all, right? And in this type of match, it feels massive, right? And these players all are aware of that. And you can see McNerney closing in, and he's so long that he goes up and back with a couple of steps. It's one of the reasons why his ability to control that net is so good. You can see Regalado moving in. He's standing inside the baseline. He's looking for an opportunity to blitz or make a foray. Oh, what a lob.
Right
All
on the
that
line.
to this moment. There's the backhand screen drive that McNerney loves. He loves balls off the screen to drive. More the acceleration of accelerating balls off the deck that not so much his forte. Oh, again.
Great dig from Morgan to keep this point alive.
Yeah, there it is. Hit behind him. That's so good.
And I think it's important to note, too, when Adam Morgan did hit behind him. You notice where that ball landed? It was well inside the single sideline. So he's basically hitting it into the space that
Where he
Regalado
would
was.
have been, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Look at
So when
this.
we're saying hitting behind him,
Yeah, not
He's
around,
not hitting around him.
Yeah, not hitting around him. It's in the space that he's going to move from, right? Basically, it's just right down the line because he's going to move to the center to look to poke your
Yes.
cut, right? Oh, wow, right on the line. This point, it's 10 to 15 minutes down, and you can see Regalado, again, reading the drive coming and closing it off. You know, you play a 10-minute point like this, and you start to watch the little things. I've been watching Adam Morgan a little bit, and there's like 4 or 5 moments where he takes his hand off the paddle. He's holding it like it's so long, the point. He's like, I got to take my hands off it, like cool him down, you know. You can take these moments to watch one player for a second or two. It's very interesting. Instead of always following the ball. Wow. And to give a difference, that match and our other semifinals, 6-3, 4-1, they start at the same time, right? It'll just give you the difference of the type of style that they're playing here, and you know. And it gives you the indication of why these teams, in essence, have sort of played some of the best paddle all year in the sense that they don't give up any points, right? They're not letting any of them go through frivolously.
Yeah, there's been no letdown on their part since the first point of the match.
I got Mark Bliss behind me, legendary Mark Bliss, former umpire, asking me, "Are you counting shots?" And Mike, I mean, clearly that was your job, right? You got the number, right?
that's right.
You got
I got
the
my
number.
shoes and socks off, and I'm yeah. I got a
Counting
beautiful
shots.
mind thing going here as far as counting and wow.
Yeah, it's just going to go. And this is a huge point. And the question is this a breaking point, or is it just we're going to do this again next point? Because we might have to tag team this.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
you know, the one thing I didn't bring was the throat lozenges. You know, my
Throat
I'm
lozenges.
just a little hoarse.
You see a move from McNerney there up the line. Red there from Salazar. Pushes it behind him to the middle.
Semifinal match, Regalado Salazar. It's actually 3-2. 3-2 in the first. Regalado Salazar.
And they're in the midst of a 15-minute point. I don't know if you've ever had these matches too, though, because I've had them in my day. You know, when I was playing, I recall playing a match. My partner was Alex Banchila at the time, and we were playing, I think it was Gambino and Omoler. And we played 1 point. And on the next court, they played 6 games. It was, you know, and that was told to me, obviously. I didn't know at the time, but yeah, they played 6 games. And we played 1 point. And this is what this is. Yep, this is what this is. You know, they're not going to give it up. Nobody's giving it up. And at a certain point, will somebody break mentally? I don't think so. And we've seen these guys hammer drives, and we've seen them get to a break point. You know, where they got to this break point because Adam Morgan hit a really good drive that the other guy read and put it away. So Adam's got to, because this point is so crucial, he can't take any drive. He's got to take the drive, right? The guy is off the net. I know he's not reading it and putting it away behind me, right? And he's waiting, and he knows he got burned last time, right? And as that goes, and that is it, Durant and Mitchell through 6-3, 6-1 against Nunez Powers. And we are at break point, 3-2. Regalado Salazar up in the first set here. I'm Brad Easterbrook with Mike Raleigh. Strap in. Does your headset come with something like, pull the ripcord if you need assistance? Or?
Yeah, I've got the safety. There's layers of safety.
If the oxygen mask comes down, put it on yourself first, Mike.
That's right.
On their toes, leaning forward, moving forward, just put a lot of pressure and, it paid off.
Oh my, and that's how it ends right there, Mike.
Kidding me?
It begs
will
the
have
question,
to,
couldn't you have done that a good 10 minutes ago? Here it is. He finally gets the read. He made that move, the exact same move, about 2 minutes ago. And this time, though, Salazar falls for the bait and bounces it down into him. Unbelievable. It's deuce, and this point is equally as important as the last one. I just can't imagine they can do it all the time again, though. We'll see.
Now that point should be worth about 6 games. It
Should
was
be.
so long.
Yet somehow they don't have that. As
No,
pros,
it
we all play the game. You think they should be like jackpot? That game you play with the juniors where every time you make a ball, the score of the point goes up, right? You make 1, the point is worth 1. You make 2, it's worth 2. That point would have been, if we had the counter on it, I mean, it's probably 500 balls, So that point was worth 500.
Advantage, McNerney Morgan.
Wow. But that's what it took for them to get to this point where they can't afford the separation with so much.
Now, would you say that there's a hangover effect potentially
From
where
that
you
long
lose?
point?
Yeah, you lose that long point, and mentally, I mean, that is absolutely backbreaking in some respects.
Yeah, I'd say the possibility exists for that without a doubt. I would say that Regalado and Salazar haven't broken at all. The only time they've shown any frustration at all is in that match with Broderick and Christian. That's the only time that they've shown a point where they actually hit shots in frustration. They missed a couple. Other than that, they've shown no signs of it. McNerney's based his whole – that's out, yep. McNerney's based his whole existence on being able to manage and play those points if he needs to. That his whole entire game is built that way because he was never a person who relied on hammering a forehand. He was a person who relied on controlling lobs and looking for a blitz. And he would rely on you doing things to develop his offense, right? He didn't really – his offense came from controlling a lob and throwing a blitz, not a hammer shot. And then you would get frustrated. You might overhit your overheads. And then he's on you, right? And then he's attacking. So he's ready for the long haul. And Adam Morgan, he is a hitter by nature. Like if the ball comes in his wing zone, he hits it. But he's just competing. Wherever that wind takes him, he's just going to go. He's not.
Yeah.
He doesn't even press. Weirdly, he just hits. And he's got sort of a machine-like quality to him. So you're right. For me, it might have been that type of back-breaking point. And I've broken people. With that type of point, meaning I'm going to play this one, and I'm not. The design of this point isn't even so much. It's to break you as much as anything else, right? And I've done that. And honestly, when I quit playing, a point like that broke me to the point where I was like, I finished that point, and I said, I'm done. That's it.
I hear you.
I'm done.
I hear you.
So I get it.
Wow.
Advantage, Regalado
Great play.
Salazar.
But doesn't seem that point has affected Regalado Salazar negatively.
I think I talked for as long as they, played, and they and the long-winded thing is no, I don't think it'll affect them because they've been there and it means too much to them now. And this is something that's over time, like I said, we played these points and we've broken some people, but took years to get broken, right? It was many. And these guys are fresh. They got to get multiple nationals. They're on a track for multiple nationals if they can. They got to get their first one. They know how close they were last year. I don't think there's anything that can, sort of take them off their track.
Deuce.
They're going to have to replace the ball again. Instead of number of games, it's going to be number of points that they play with that ball.
Yeah, switch every 5 points. You might be right. Let's do it on a counter, right? Switch every 500 hits, right? That's just a point or two. Like, I feel like I'm spending more time with you than I am with my wife,
No, it could be worse. Could be worse, right? You still laugh at my jokes. My wife.
I don't know if that's a statement on me or what.
29 years into it, and she's still not quite laughing at all my jokes.
I mean, this game, it's got to open up after this game.
You would think, but the reality is that, both of these teams are so disciplined that.
And so good. See, that one
You're
shot
right.
there, that one shot there almost killed it for Regalado. He decided, I'm going to mix this up a little with a short little off-pace drive, and it almost got drop shot put away by McNerney. Lucky to stay in it. Now, a flurry of action happened, which is what you and I are looking for, right? But these guys have to measure. That's why every one of these points is measured. When you take your shot, you're running the risk of the cutoff. Right, that one worked out very nice. There he goes, right? Flurry of action. But they're starting to put it in there more now. And you're also running the risk of simply just missing that little three-quarter shot, right? The lob they're not going to miss very often, right? That's beauty, but that's out. The one drive he takes, a little fadeaway.
Advantage McNerney Morgan.
That's two drives long here, and last 2 points from Salazar.
I mean, it was clearly open space. Morgan clearly bailed. You still got to worry about McNerney crossing. I don't know if that's like factored into the misses at all, but however it is, it's game point here for McNerney and Morgan, and that is a hold right there, Michael.
Wow.
That is a hold.
It's routine
hold.
hold.
We call that a routine hold, right? That's a routine hold. I can do this all day.
That hold may go down in the Hall of Fame of holds right there. Jeez Louise. I want to get a counter on that point, see how many minutes that point was.
Yeah, it's up there. But what's unique about it, and I was talking about this with somebody the other day, Nobu Tanaka, it's you have to look at something. You can say nothing went on in that point, but there's actually so much going on, and they are recognizing the skill set of the other player and the moment it is where they can't just hit any shot, right? So they're looking for the one shot, and now teams are so good, they're not giving it to them, right? And nobody's even baiting them into it. They're just keep playing. They're actually just waiting for you to be the one to break, to make that mistake. So nobody's going to do it. They're all such hard competitors. So you look at it and go, there's nothing going on. What do you got to talk about? But that is what's going on, right? It's about the recognition that, yes, you can hit your drive, but if you don't do it at the right time, it's going to get turned against you. So you got to really, really choose it. And it's a huge game. And how big was that game for McNerney Morgan?
Well, we're going to find out, right?
Yeah, we will. but the feeling.
I think it was
4-2 to 3-all is huge.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it was bigger for McNerney and Morgan than it was for Regalado Salazar.
Yeah.
Just got a text from the great David Bukowski from Westmoreland, director of rackets. He said he was hoping that we get paid by the word, Brad.
Paid by the word? I'd get paid by the hit. I'll take paid by the hit.
Yeah, he's like the other commentators are off having brunch now, and we're here grinding. But you know what? This is what we signed up for. I mean, this is fantastic stuff. It's kind of like having your road crew on a marathon. Someone's handing you water and snacks and Gatorades to keep you going. I don't see how these guys, this pace. I mean, it's hard enough to be in the booth talking about it for, the last hour and change for 6 games, but to be out there grinding, I mean, it shows the level of athleticism and what type of shape these 4 guys are in.
Now, we'll take it. There may be some changes in schedule or not with the women's final was not scheduled to go on before 10:30, and we're coming up to that very soon. But I think it's going to be going on 11. I cannot imagine this match is not still going on. So we'll have to see. I think it's scheduled for 11, though. I can already see we got Lopez and Page out there warming up. And they'll be waiting the arrival of Bursch and Elliott for a heavyweight showdown there. In the women's final, those guys have been knocking on the door and played just a terrific semifinal match, winning 2 and 3 against Hanish and Zabori yesterday. So kudos to them, Lopez and Page.
Boy, they have. I was watching some of that match. Oh.
And he put his heart and soul in that one. He gave it the full grunt.
15 love.
And it was it wasn't an intentional drop volley in that one there. That was strictly defensive, and he gets the bonus of the leg cord winner. It's a killer, but great shot there from Adam Morgan, and just awesome hands from Salazar.
I think that was Spanish for blitzing.
And we did talk about, earlier on, Mike, how this plays into the APTA Cup and the APTA scanning. That's like 3 drives in a row. Big one through the middle.
Wow.
Perfect transition back. That was close. Great, though. What a move there from Regalado, sliding up that side wire.
Brad, do you remember the red zone that?
Yes, yeah, red zone.
They did?
Bertan, Bertin. He was in Sleepy Hollow Club, and he started it where they put a target in the back, sort of in the middle, and if you hit that target, you would gain the point automatically. So it forced you to have to defend a spot in the middle. And it was unique. It was interesting. It completely changed the tenor of the game. That's a great shot there.
Point.
15 all.
And, yeah, no, I understand where you're driving at. Right.
Yeah, for everybody at home, it was a
Right.
target that was in the center of the court and it changed the way that you had to either defend the
defend it,
target
right.
or defend your corner. But we do a thing at Exmoor Country Club called the turkey shoot, where I put turkeys out there, little poster boards with turkeys on them, and if they hit the target, they win the point, and then they also win an extra ticket for a raffle at the end of the event.
That's a great idea. It's a fun way to play because it just makes a different element in there. It was actually kind of fun. I played it a few times. When you get used to it, it would force you to speed up the action at moments because you could go for it, but if you hit it slow, you would never get it into the target, so they just move and cut it off. So you would have to hit it harder towards the target and make it something that was
you miss the
difficult
target,
for them
it
to block.
comes out, right?
Correct. And if you miss the target because it was in the center of the back screen, you would the ball would rebound off, and it would be very drivable for the other team, so it would force a lot more transition. So it was sort of like this risk-reward thing, but hitting it slow would never get it there, so you had to speed it up. So it definitely did add a wrinkle and an element to it, and it was back in the day just where, somebody was experimenting fun stuff, and you turned it into a great event for your club members, so kudos for you there. Two-handed backhand.
And they changed this match is going to be best of 7 games, right?
Best
Not
of
2 out of 3
7
sets.
games.
Let's get the APTA on the line.
Well, if you do the math here, and we got, we basically close to when we go on, Jake. What producer Jake 9:10? 9:10 we went on. Okay, so we're running up at 1 hour. I'm just going to round it up to 1 hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, we got 6 games, 1 hour, 20 minutes. Yeah, so what is that, 80 minutes? Geez, we're running at, 13 plus minutes per game. Let's call it out.
15:30.
All right, and confirmed by the umpire. Yeah, so we're running at about 13 minutes a game, so, another 6-3 set. It's at least an hour and a half. These guys are going to run way past 3. It's going to be like 4-hour match at this rate. Oh, I think he was going to drive it for a half second there, Mike.
Little indecision.
And,
Yep.
and then he ended up pushing up a lob, and he just launched it. It's a big little miss. And they're definitely, they're spreading around some, but they're definitely just dumping it in there to McNerney. They're comfortable. And if they go to Morgan, he's like looking to pounce. So they're trying to break him down a little, McNerney. And then when they go, they're going to get ready to try to close in. He's ready to pounce. He's ready to hit. Yeah, you can see him as soon as he gets it in the wheelhouse. Great close there.
There's so much great covers in plays, the player off the ball, the player not hitting, that it's hard it's almost like it's happening so well and it's so often that
It's getting lost, you
Where-
mean?
yeah,
Kind of, yeah. Like the amount of times they're just doing it, it becomes more of a metronome effect. Yes. Perfect
Yes.
hit, perfect cover, perfect close, right? And it's more hypnotizing as opposed to individually astounding because it's just one after another, right? But that's the astounding part of it is how these guys are not breaking and just continuing to do it, right? And it's the design of the game when you break it down to this point and you get so good at it defensively and you're fit enough to keep closing back in. You know, the hope is over time, too, you start to break down your opponent, sort of like a boxing match, right? You know, lobs can be, they can be like jabs, right? You know, they're I can jab you. But now it's round 12. You're going to close back in as well as you did in round 2, right? You know, like, and it's kind of what's going on. The thing is, I think these guys, it's not 12 rounds, you know, and they're not getting hit. I think these guys can do this, no joke, all day, right? You know, I don't know. Do you think there's going to be a break point for one of these teams?
Boy, you know, I think at some point it has to have an effect, right? And it's not only the up and back, but you see like the third panel slam.
Yeah,
from
sure.
McNerney.
Yep. Well, there's no question that, you know, the constant nature of all this stuff is it's not that they're running 100 feet each time, but it's that it never stops, right? And oh, my goodness. And you see McNerney, he actually put his hand up like he was, I don't know who he was apologizing to, like, sorry, I ruined that point. But they're happy. So great break point and a perfectly played point. Just that's what we're going to see is like this little arbitrary error when you hit 1,000 balls. The way it'll get lost a lot of times will be with something so menial or normal, right? You know, when you hit 1,000, because you know it's just not. Everybody's going to have a miss, right? No matter what.
Well, and you saw a missed stuff volley, and then it kind of that missed drive there from Regalado, I believe, you know, just floated long. He wasn't doing anything special with that ball. It just kind of carried on him.
And we talk about like buzzwords like discipline, things like that. You've seen other matches out of Salazar where he played with Nunez or he played with Pardo de Andrade, and they went to the finals. Salazar and Enrique Pardo de Andrade. They went to the finals of the Fairfield Open, right? And they lost to Nunez Powers. But that match, he was hitting, his drive rate was like 60% Salazar. It felt like they were just driving every ball, himself and, Pardo de Andrade. And it's sort of like what Regalas are. They are their own special unit, meaning when they play together, this is what you get. When you get Salazar playing with other people, you see him opening it up. He drives it off both wings, left, right, forehand, backhand, right? You see a different animal there, and this is a huge game. Look at they just softened up to that point where, you make 100 balls, big, huge moment, nice, great transition back, drop, misses it.
Oh, wow, great play right to the attempted drop.
And I still think they would have had it. They're that fast.
Yeah, first break point saved there for Regalado Salazar.
And I think it's their, athleticism and speed that almost forced him to try to make it better. I don't know. It's just a really, really well-designed play from McNerney.
Advantage, Regalado Salazar.
See, and I think going back to, will a team potentially break down? I think it won't be physically. I think it's going to be more of a mental breakdown where, they're working at such a high level that maintaining that focus, for potentially another 2-3 hours, that'll be the true test. You
Yeah.
heard McNerney voices, frustration with that last drive.
Well, to me, that last drive's unique in the sense, like, you're talking about somebody breaking mentally. First of all, I think, to your first point is, yes, but it means so much to all these guys. McNerney's, been so good for a while now, and he's been knocking on the door, but he hasn't gotten to a national final yet even, right? And he's having a tremendous season with Morgan. Regalado, Salazar, they were right there. They know they were right there, and the only reason they didn't get it is they didn't have enough. There's so much desire and want for these guys that I don't think they'll break mentally. I really don't. I think the break, though, in the sense of, like, for the desire, but the break might be, like you said, that McNerney got frustrated after missing that forehand. He did. But was it a bad forehand to hit? I mean, it was right there, high, right to his forehand. Yeah. Easy ball, right? For a lot of players, that's just the go-to ball. You give that ball to a Mark Powers, he's going to hit it 90% of the time. But did McNerney break by going for it? Because that's not what he does. Like, he doesn't just go for a ball you push to him. Is that a break? Because to me, it's a ball he should hit, but that's not how he's designed his game. Hitting the open, soft forehand, it's not really what he does. When he's hitting it, is that a mental break for him? Is that why he was frustrated? Because I never should have hit it? Because to me, it's a ball he should hit, but maybe that's not the way he thinks of it, right? All right, women's finals about to go on shortly. We got players all out on the court. And here's another just huge break point, but it's on the other side, right? Oh, great moment. Nerdy there's that middle waterfall. The only guy in the game who uses it, and it's effective for him, not in the sense that it generally wins any points. It's just he keeps you off balance, right? Well,
I think it's almost a shift where he was looking to potentially flop it into the corner, and he sees, his opponent making a move up the sideline, potentially short hopping it. So he just doesn't change his shot, he just changes the location. Where he might be looking to go corner. He
sees his opponent to go somewhere, and he thinks he sees a little move, and he just goes boop, and he just moves it, right? Because he sees the guy moving to the corner or something like that. Oh.
Game, Regalado, Salazar.
Wow.
They lead the first set 4-3.
Well, if you're just joining us, we're in the men's semifinals of the Short Hills Invitational. I'm Mike Raleigh alongside Brad Easterbrook. We've got a 4-3 lead for Regalado, Salazar over McNerney and Morgan. This match is, we're now into an hour and 40 minutes
it's an hour,
or so?
An hour and a half, actually, since the start time here for these guys. And it's 4-3. And to give you context, the other semifinal went off and has been off for a good 20 minutes. And these guys are just midway into this first set. We're getting to the business end of it here, though. And this middle part of the set has been, and we've been sort of counting it down a little, it's been this the entire way. That game was another deuce-add game, whereas crucial couple of points there, close to a break. The game before, Morgan hold, we were like, great hold. The game lasted a good 25 minutes. And he finally held it, right? And there was break points there for Regalado and Salazar. And they were able to fight that off. And that's just where these guys are at, just a constant battle back and forth. Good move. Oh, great volley there from Morgan, keeping it away. And, we talk about McNerney's size at 6'4" or whatever. Regalado's really long. His ability to kind of hit that little quick ball down at your feet and get moving in, it's pretty exceptional as well.
Brad, I think, you sort of mentioned it that, we've played 7 games now, and it truly, every game has gone to deuce. And, I know I hear sometimes in the hut, member might come off after a not so close match
Right.
You know, the score doesn't reflect, and they're like, but Mike, every game went to deuce.
Yep.
That is the case here today. Every game went to deuce, and it's been an absolute dogfight. And I think one of the interesting things is that you look at percentage-wise in, I think, a typical match, you see much more breaks of serve. We haven't had a break of serve yet, and
you know, it's unique that you say that. It's even impossible to
exceptional
notice.
play to be
No,
holding
but it's
serve.
impossible to
know,
notice
as
because
often.
the points are the same, right? You know, regardless of who's serving, it ends up with this type of scenario. You know, in the measured backcourt play, nobody is forcing a single thing that they don't have.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Think
going back to
anybody
your-
works?
Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
Do you think anybody works harder on their volleys than Adam Morgan?
No, it's not that efficient, sort of. Put your paddle there and it stays. He's got a little jump back, but, you know, it all seems to kind of work for him, whatever that is. But, yeah. I would say not just his volleys, in every aspect of his game to a degree.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
playing screens, the whole works, right?
Yeah, and I think he's got a lot of movement with his body, but I think one of the things that you see all great volleyers, you know, their hands are so quiet.
Right.
And his hands are extremely quiet, but his body, he's got a little bit more, you know, into it. But
yeah, there's a step
that
back
one.
away, slight curtsy. Most guys just put the paddle there and stay, right? He actually is moving away. But you're right, his hands remain in the same position. He just moved his body to a different position. And that is kind of unique because most people just, you know, they really just don't do that. But getting back to your point about every game went to deuce, yeah, we hear that all the time. The difference here is every game went to deuce, but if you had total the number of points won, it's probably dead even. When you have an every game went to deuce, but you end up losing 6-love, yes, it's close to a degree, but that's 12 more points a set that you've lost, right? You know, and 12 points differential in a score is huge, right? You know, in terms of a racket sport, right? When you have a 12-point differential. So, yeah, every game can go to deuce, but close matches end up, when you're done with a match, it ends up like I won 158 points and you won 157, but I lost, right? You know, 6-4 in the third, right? But the point totals are almost dead even. It's just percentage points of difference in actual close matches. And that's what's hard to fathom when you talk about the every game went to deuce thing.
Well, and an interesting statistic in a 10-year span that at the French Open, the percentage of points won by, sorry, I'm drawing a blank senior moment here.
Take your time.
Who am I talking about, Brad?
We got time here, Mike.
We
got time.
He went 9 out of 10 years. He wins the tournament, loses one match. Come on, lefty.
Nadal?
Nadal, thank you. What percentage of the points do you think he won? Nadal won in that 10-year span at the French Open.
I don't know, 56, 55.
It was like 53% of the
yeah,
points,
53,
something
right.
crazy.
Right.
You know, and so it's to your point, it's crazy how important these points are, and these four players are really treating them as such.
Yeah, it's reflected in the way this is being played too. These points are all at a premium. Now, it's also reflected in the skill set of the players. That ball's long, meaning McNerney is so good at volleying, right? So his strength lies in you take your shot, right? And he's able to send more of them back compared to how many errors you might make. So you have to be careful about the ones you're just going to lay in there. You can't just lay anything in there, right? And it's also reflected in the way they design it. Some guys have forehands that are so good they think they can generate more errors when they hit it versus versus make. So you'll see them hit it more and more. And the whole thing comes down to, we talked about choices before and all that stuff and how you inform your choices, is you got to choose that right? Whatever that balance is. For McNerney, it's hitting less balls in the backcourt. And, for these guys, it's kind of the same, just choosing the right. So everybody's in kind of the same boat here, right? That's a good hit from Morgan, moving forward. That's a great cross. These guys, their teamwork has been pretty seamless. Oh, what a shot there. Can he dig it? No, that's just a backhand. There's a rocket ship from Salazar right down the line.
Shout out to Brian Heil. He just texted and said he would have loved to if it would have been a great point if I just remembered Nadal's name.
There you go. Yeah, Brian Heil. Yeah, it's good to hear from him.
Yeah.
Great Columbus paddle legend. There's this picture of him with a singlet on, and if you see it once, you really can never not see it.
Yeah, that is burned into my brain.
And there we saw the middle, waterfall again, because he recognized Regalado was moving up the wire. He was going to do it. So, look at that. Standing there, he goes for the cut finisher. It is the right ball for it.
15-40.
But when you hit it
absolutely.
and miss it, it feels like a killer, because, as we talked about, these points are at such a premium right now that every error feels like 2 errors, right? But I'm starting to see Regalado and Salazar starting to open it up a little bit. They're finding, they're looking for some cracks, and there's an overplay. There's the danger, right?
30-40.
It's a break point. Can McNerney close out, and can they hold another time with break points against? Up the line. He doesn't read it.
Deuce.
Back to deuce. Another couple break points saved here.
Do you think the other men's semifinal will be done before this match is done? It started. Oh my Lord! Salazar and Brawl and McNerney Morgan 4-3 the first set. I think that match is about an hour and a half.
Boy, you notice how they're directing a lot of lobs right now, right through the center of the court, and creating potential confusion zone for Regalado and Salazar. And if we were coaching, that's one of the issues if we're kind of playing in that central portions of the court rather than the slight stagger.
Advantage, Regalado, Salazar.
Well, as we talked about, everything's at a premium, all points. So anytime you can create any type of crack or confusion in these teams' defense, it's amazed. It's
Yeah.
it's amazing because they're so tough to find those spaces. Oh, there it is, the final crack.
Regalado, Salazar. They lead the first set 5-3.
All right, the first breathing room that we found. And, you know, as tight as this match has been, it's felt the whole time that Regalado and Salazar were sort of more on that verge, right? They had the game before that almost had the break. Game here, it's not that, you know, Morgan and McNerney haven't been playing great. They have. It's just they haven't been able to affect as much, you know, get as much offense into the backcourt right now than Regalado and Salazar has. And there they find the first crack, and they are serving for this first set. And as we mentioned before, this match has massive implications in terms of the APTA Cup standings. Jose Salazar is firmly in the lead, but if somehow McNerney and Morgan can win this match, McNerney and this tournament would be in first place because they take your best 6 results of the year, and Grand Prix are worth 1,250 points. Other tournaments are worth 500 points if you win them. So this would be a huge swing, and it would put him over the top if McNerney was, because these guys have had such great seasons. Regalado is currently in second place in the APTA Cup. He just hasn't played as many tournaments as Salazar, so he's got a couple extra results.
Great look from Morgan. But again, the transition, like nothing's happened.
Yeah, they're so good at recognizing that opportunity to go back. But now they're starting to open up their drives a little more. Yeah, good move again. Regalado making that move. McNerney's so good at recognizing it. But the teamwork is seamless. You notice he makes the move, but if it's not there, he just lets it go, and he knows. And you were talking about this before, the coverage is there from Salazar, and that's the teamwork, and it's a play that you're looking for. You set up a ball up to the righty. Ooh, there's the jump away volley again. Yeah, the body moves away, and the paddle remains still.
So Brad, in a regular match, and let's just say at the club level, you look at the, I always talk about kind of length of point in the first 3 touches: serve, return, first volley.
Right.
At the club level, the amazing thing is that over 50% of the points are over before the 3rd touch.
Correct.
And yet, I mean, I'm trying to think back in the last hour and 20 minutes, hour and a half, how many, I think we've had 1 fault, but I'd say we're at 80-90% of the points are getting beyond that first 3 touches and going, deep into the points.
Yeah, I'd say it's even, I think it's up in the 90% range. You're right, and that's sort of, again, sort of the premium these guys are putting on points. Certain players don't take the drive very often. Like, you watch a Drew Broderick, he plays a style that is more designed for consistency. He rarely takes the return of serve unless he thinks it's a layup. Other players take a lot of return of serves. Mark Powers, his confidence in his forehand. Johan Durant, they hit more often than not, and that's a huge miss.
15 all.
Every little thing back. They're down 5-3 McNerney Morgan, but they know all it takes is just like one little slip, right? And they could be right back in this or even taking this first set. And both teams know that. Yeah, so some guys design their game around just making sure they never miss a return. Other guys try to see if they can gain that point with the return. And, you know, I think both these teams recognize their abilities to volley and play are better than their abilities to gain the points, so they're just kind of almost taking it out of play to a degree. Like the return game and losing or taking the net. We also sometimes talk about, well, you know, against these guys, you better take the net because they're going to go up there and carve overheads at you. Doesn't matter if you have the net or don't have the net in this match. Nobody's killing you that bad. McNerney's probably doing the most damage. But is he really? Is he actually damaging Regalado and Salazar? No, they're fine. They go back. He's doing a good job moving around, but he's not making them miss, you know. That's a softball there. And, again, you see the super fast close from Salazar. And, see, that's where you think the jab might be working on him, but he's still right up there to hit it. If that shot, if he's not that quick to close, it could be relatively effective, that little off-pace drive, right? But in that case, it turned against him, and it's the cause of his losing that point. And that's just because these guys, even after 10,000 jabs, they're just still right there.
Love that drive through the space. Regalado is vacating, looking to help to the middle.
Yep, no, they got to keep doing that. It's a great play. But even with that great play, like we talked about, there, you know, until you can do the damage, all you've done is change positions, right? And in this match, there's been no gain. This is just great stuff, though. All of this play could win a point against different types of teams, right?
I think they've won and lost this point 6 times.
Correct, yeah. But these guys are also disciplined and so good in their transition games that it's just not. It just keeps going. Yeah, Salazar's increasing his drives. You know, he's starting to do it more. And I suspect it's because they finally opened up a distance, right? It's 5-3 now. Like, so it feels like there's more room to work with. And to me, that's the primary that's wide. The primary difference in this match, and it's just been a great match, and we have 2 set points now for Regalado and Salazar, is just been their ability to start doing a little more damage in the backcourt. It's just fine lines.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking a board wide there on that volley.
Yep. And, oh, great return from Morgan.
40-30.
Talk about doing some damage. Morgan's right there. Regalado tries for the cutoff. Can't do it. That's wide. And just like that.
Deuce.
We're back at one of these crucial points here. You know, and we talked about 90% of the points going. This is like the first few times right there in a little mini flurry where we had 2 points in a row not get to the third ball. You know, because you made an outstanding point before. Most beginners think, you know, or if you get a beginner, screens don't even matter. You got to get beyond the first 3 shots. And now we're playing screens. Now you can probably play screens, but if you're not in that zone where the ball's not going beyond 3-4 balls, screens are immaterial in your success. You know, they will become so once you get there. I think we might be getting to that point a little bit now in the match too, where all these jabs may start coming into play. You know, like both these teams have had good runs, not difficult ride into the semifinals. This by far, you know, is their toughest test for both of these teams.
Yeah, I think McNerney, Morgan, they had like a 7-6 or 7-5, 6-3. Hansen and Hirsch.
Yeah, actually, Hansen and Hirsch were up in that match. I think it was 5-love.
Really?
I didn't get to see it. I spoke to Dan Hirsch briefly about it, but I didn't get the whole rundown of how that happened. But, you know, it's kind of a unique situation. So when you take that 5-love lead out of it, it's actually kind of like, you know, it's essentially 13 games to 4 after that, right? So I'm sure it was a tough, hard-fought match, but it definitely had two sides to it. You know what I mean? Like where, you lost a bunch, but then you figured one space out, and then it changed, right? Whatever that is. Heavy roller making him chase. That's a good shot. I like that roller deep at Morgan. He will one-time it every now and then. He's not afraid of driving really almost anything.
Yeah, and I think one thing that, you know, really pay attention, though, when he does drive, how balanced he is striking the ball. And, you know, the feet are set. He's balanced. And, you know, the few misses that we've seen out of Morgan have been, I think, commitment, whether, you know, should I drive it or not. Right. And he wasn't 100% committed to it.
Yeah, he also has a drive that's extremely flat. There's not a lot of roll at all to it, so it makes it extremely, his drive is actually significantly more efficient than, say, the way he volleys or something, even though he volleys effectively, right? He kind of just puts his paddle behind the ball and he just straight through it, right? So there's not a lot of, like, window. He's not a guy who, you know, how sometimes a player – you know, mishits a ball and fires one out of the court because they got a little bit something to their swing and they're putting heavy atop on it.
Are you talking about me, Brad?
I mean, there's a vague reference to certain times. Right? He's not a guy who ever does that. You know, he's pretty much straight on the ball and straight through it.
Yeah, I probably would have had more shanks in in a set than he has in a year.
That's a great play again, hitting behind the player, and there's so much movement. See, and what's good about those moves, too, for the net team is the guy who's crossing, he's committed to one play, which is the ball's going here, I'm moving here. If the ball's in that zone, I volley it, but I'm getting close enough where I'm volleying it offensively. I'm not just reaching and taking it. I'm volleying it offensively. And if it's not there, and they hit it behind me, that's okay, my partner covers. So it gives you sort of the best of both worlds. You're already in trouble when that's happening, meaning they're getting a drive, one of you's not in position, so the other guy's looking to make a cross or a cutoff. So, but if you do it like that, you can turn it into offense. If you don't do it like that, then you end up making errors, reaching for a ball, right, and just making a mistake on something. So you see the way these guys are doing. This is great. It's starting to open up a little bit more. And, you know, it was not very long ago, well, it was a little bit ago actually, but where we were talking, it was 2 set points for Regalado and Salazar, a 40-15 in this game. And those 2 set points went in a heartbeat across from Regalado. Boom, point over. Great return from Adam Morgan. Can't come up with it. Takes a chance, essentially. And then, and there's a chance from Morgan, and he comes to another set point here for Regalado and Salazar. And then a quick fault. And now we're back to, okay, these are huge points again.
Yeah.
5 minutes at a point, you know, and there was just a mistake move. So set point again for Regalado Salazar. I do not love that off-pace drive from McNerney. I'd rather he hit it or lob it. All right, so Lopez and Page starting hot in their final round match against Burrish and Elliott, up 3-0. They've been sort of knocking on the door, and they're seeded 4th here, and they have been the 4th best team, but they've been ready to break through the entire time, playing some tough, tight matches. It's only a matter of time for them. We'll see if they can do what only one other team has done all year, and that's beat Burrish and Elliott. We also had a bunch of birthdays this weekend. I think it was Russell Benkeim, Amy Shea's birthday. Oh, what a shot.
Boy.
Game in first set, Regalado Salazar. They win the first set, 6 games to 3.
We'll be right back in just a moment after these messages right here on the APTA YouTube channel presented by Joho.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Want to see how Volley can transform training at your club? We've got a great offer for you. Gather 30 of your club friends and you'll get a free 30-day trial of Volley. Experience firsthand how Volley's trainer can help everyone improve. Increase reps and track your progress, all while training smarter. Don't miss out. Visit getvolley.com and unlock your club's full potential with a 30-day free trial.
Who would you say is the player with the best serve?
Lynn Burris.
Lynn Burris has the best serve.
Floor, Lynn, Bia, and Thea.
Me. Player with the best cutter?
Best cut winner, I think you'd have to go B. Lopez.
Marie Maturka.
I think Anna.
Zibori.
Next question. Anna Marie Zibori. Subori and myself.
Best roller?
Gabby Nicoleska. Best roller, Macy.
Macy. She's hit me a few times.
Charlotte Sikora.
Me.
Player with the best drive?
Me.
I would say Gabby, Lynn, myself. Anna.
Best blitz?
Can I say myself? Myself.
Allison Morgan.
Addison.
Floor, by far. The team, Allison Morgan and Charlotte Sikora, they're amazing.
Best volleys?
I think Lynn.
Addison.
Lynn.
Halbauer, she can really hurt you with the volleys.
Best overhead?
Welcome back to the APTA Tour. We're here at the Short Hills Invitational in Short Hills, New Jersey with this semifinal round match between Regalado Salazar and McNerney Morgan. I'm Mike Raleigh alongside Brad Easterbrook. We just finished the first set after an hour and, almost a 2-hour first set there. Regalado Salazar won 6-3 in the first. And we're back at it.
15 love.
Start the second set. Picking up right where we left off with an absolute grind of a match. If you're just joining us, we've got Adam Morgan on the right-hand side in the white cap in the lower right portion of your screen. His partner Graham McNerney there, the headband, member of the all-hair team. At the net on the left-hand side, we've got Salazar, his partner at the black paddle, Regalado. It's 15 love here from Morgan serving to start the second set.
I mean, it was a great battle that first set, Mike.
Whew. We got our money's worth so far. You know, in Brad, it really came down to 1 or 2 points here and there, you know, and it really seemed like Regalado and Salazar were knocking on the door. They had numerous break points.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
15 all.
You see a move from Adam Morgan. It just gets out of his zone. I have no problem with the move, but when you make moves like that, we talk about discipline the whole time. You got to know not to take certain balls, right? That's just too far out of his zone. It's going right back to McNerney. You can just let it go.
Yeah, and when you say he's outside his zone, it's just that ball, when you're blitzing, you always want to be blitzing, I call it blitzing downhill, where you're playing a ball from a high position and you're able, hit down into the court. Where if you have to play a ball up over the net on a blitz, you should just let the ball go back to your partner. Wow.
Yeah, he read that one right. He was so on it, it was actually almost too easy for him. I think he misread it because it was right there. Just couldn't come up with it. Yeah, we'll see if this set changes in the way we play. We played a 2-hour first set. We have the same type of situation there. A little difficult there for Salazar. Gets the ball low, just misses it. But I suspect it won't be the same. It won't be 2 hours, this set. It's got to open up a little here. They fought so hard, and we were talking about, what this set matters, but this was going to free up these guys to make a few more moves, Regalado and Salazar. And as long as they stay within a zone where they're not giving points or they bleed, you said it earlier, Mike, that they have less of those blips, right? Or their blips last shorter than other teams. It's one of the reasons why they're so good, right? Because they give you so little.
Hey, McNerney, Morgan, they lead the second set, 1 game to love.
Now there they gave a few back, a couple of misses, and a missed blitz. They'll sort of dial that right back if they need to, right? Right now they got a little something to play with, but they're not going to give away too much.
And they're kind of playing with, they're up a set. They're playing with the house's money a little bit. They've got the lead now. And I think, they can afford to have, they can afford to play,
we can replace the ball.
Not loose, but they can afford
they can't afford to play loose. That's what they can't afford that, but
they can afford to be a little bit more aggressive within the points.
Yeah.
Man, Mike Davis, our chair umpire, he is earning his keep today, isn't he?
He is. They don't let him out of that chair till this is over. So he's in for a penny, in for a pound. And while you're taking a look at all the players on the court, you can look at him. He's bundled up. He's got nice quilt. He's in there. You can only see his head poking out, really.
Well, they just brought him another blanket. I saw blanket number 2 going up there.
And hopefully he's got some hand warmers in the works. They've done, wonders. They got more they got at least pads and things and some warm stuff. Just a miss.
Bun warmers. Yeah, need some bun warmers.
It used to be you sit in the cold metal chair and you take it and you call the match. But not every match was 2-hour first set, right? So this stuff is necessary, like you said, for survival.
30 love.
You got your survival call in this. He's up in that chair. So, yeah, kudos to all the umpires. That's a big move and a great transition back. You can't do it any better. And where another team would get lost or lose the point is trying to actually make something better out of that situation. They don't. They know they've lost the net. So they just go back right away. They take the blitz away, right? They don't let you volley it right at them.
They're removing a target for McNerney or Morgan to hit, right? And then they're also taking away a miss opportunity for themselves, where they're not choosing to volley, or they're choosing to let a ball go, so they're not volleying balls that they aren't confident that they're going to make almost every time. So they're taking on no extra risk on that volleyball by letting the ball go through.
Look at Salazar going to work.
$30
Kind of fell in love with the drive on that point, didn't he? That last one. Probably wants to take that back.
Yeah, probably. But we said it was going to open up a little. And there's where you're seeing it. Now, you're right. This is where that balance point is going to come for these guys, right? You know.
So, Brad, the Short Hills Invitational, is this one of the longest running tournaments, if not the longest running tournament?
Yeah, and I knew they had it's like 150 years of the club, not just the tournament, but the whole process. It was a great weekend here. They had, you know, former champions dinner, the whole works. They did, you know, just a really admirable job for everyone out here. It's one of the longest running tournaments, as we said. It's always the precursor to nationals, and you know, kudos to everybody. Tournament director, you know, Brian Skinner, and of course, you know, Karen Jedlik, Kathy Cameron, Cindy Haber, all those guys in there.
Don't forget host professional Chris Humphreys, right?
Absolutely, and playing in an event that you're the host pro at, not always that easy. He had some great matches. They took the first set off our finalists, Durant and Mitchell, with his partner Russell Benkind this week. And the first set they played was outstanding. The level is extremely high. They just couldn't quite sustain it for the entire time.
Your resume was outstanding.
The well-placed lob there to get Adam Morgan hitting a backhand overhead.
Yeah, very well placed. And these guys measure that. It's not by accident, right? That wasn't a happenstance ball. They're placing it up there.
I think you're right. You know, it felt a little longer that day.
There's that perfect paddle. And there you see him actually perfectly getting his body behind it. That's textbook. Those are great volleys right there.
Yeah, and there's a lot of lessons, you know, for the students of the game, and that being one we've already talked about. You know, the coverage being another great lesson. It's just there's just, I think sometimes, you know, watching we fall in love with, you know, the bright light, which is the great shot making. But the reality is these guys are so solid fundamentally,
right,
that they do the small things so well that allows them to then hit shots like that.
Yeah, well, it's a great get. And it's a nice design there it's a lot of pressure from McNerney there. He goes hard side wire, he draws Salazar in, then he's just a cutter wide to the ball. Salazar's just able to make the coverage. Most teams can't. And now he gets the drop. It's just great defense. I mean, the whole thing is based on it to start. And we saw in the last few points how good a drive Salazar has, and Regalado, right? But it starts with, when these guys dial it down, how do you make them miss? How do you make a miss?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Boy, and there's the range of McNerney, able to hit a third panel slam.
He's just making them run, but they're going. And now they're back to square one. Now it starts all over again. See, that type of exchange, half the teams in the country won't be able to sustain it, right? Keep it going. These guys can, and now all of a sudden they got their offensive look.
And I think the greatest players in the game, they're able to handle where McNerney was in total control of that point, right? I mean, absolutely. He's like Geppetto, and he's just you know, working the puppet.
Right?
Yeah, And now he didn't lose control of the point, but it's back to neutral. I think that, up and coming players, they look at that with a lot of frustration, where here they know it's part of the game and we're moving on.
Yeah. And it shows you what tenacious defense can just do for you, right? Defense wins championships, right? It's the old saying. Of course,
that's right.
Football statement, but it's in every game. If you talk NBA metrics, I don't think there's been a team who hasn't been in top 10 of defensive metrics in NBA who's been a champion, right? It's the same thing, it just does, and it started out here too. Go out. Oh, can he dig this one out? Not that time.
Wow.
There you go. And then maybe if you're McNerney or Morgan, you stand up and go, come on, let's go. There you go. Because here you go. More where that came from. It only took me 84 balls. Well, that was a big point, because if they can get some separation here, McNerney and Morgan, they just haven't been up yet at all. They've not been up a break this entire match. They've been sort of fighting uphill. The first set was so close at 6-3, only a slightest bit of separation. It happened all at the end of that set, because it was 1-1, then it was 2-2, then it was 3-3, then it went to 4-3, 5-3, 6-3. But it didn't feel like those games went. They were still just battles, right? Deuce, add, deuce, add. This will give them a game separation if they can somehow sneak out this break, but this is where they've just been so good in the backcourt. Yeah, their backcourt play has just been superb.
Boy, and that exchange was set up by a drive, 9 hits ago?
Yep.
It's
See, now they're almost just baiting them. These aren't designed for movement. They're oh, good little block.
There's where McNerney steps up, and he's kind of taking that ball early to speed the play up.
And he speeded it up, but he's really just still moving the pieces around.
Yes.
But that's what he does, right? He doesn't have the knockout punch. He doesn't have the thunder. Morgan's job is to sort of hit more of the drives. That's why people can go at him. People stop because they don't like getting jerked around all the time like that. But he's also not really hurting them, right? There's no real damage other than, this constant movement. It's not like he's hitting a shot that's ungettable. If you're fit enough and mentally fit enough, physically and mentally fit enough, you can deal with it. The ball's not. Oh, he's using that little middle push now too, everybody, because there's so many sidewire attack looks that they just keep pushing, hold and push. It's almost kind of like there. See, you don't see that. That's about as much as he unloads, right? Which, for certain players is their routine forehand or not even, right? They might even go harder than that. There it is.
Advantage, Regalado, Salazar.
It looks like Lopez and Page are still at 3-1 in the finals on the women's side, huh? Courtdirector.com. I just jumped on my phone and checked that.
Yeah, they're battling in this
3-1.
game. They hopped out to a 3-love lead.
Game Regalado Salazar. Games are 1-all, second set.
We'll listen to Carol.
That's good. They got it to deuce, but it's so great for them to get just this. It's all about these teams just trying to get some form of separation, right?
Yes.
It's been so close to each other. And right now the only separation has really been just the ability of Regalado and Salazar to play a slightly better defense and have just more offensive looks, right, at the net. Just a few more. Other than that, it's just been this dead heat. That one's wide. Very close, but wide.
15 left.
It's a tough choice there. He waited until it was too close to the side. He could have gotten a little before or tried to get a little after, but that was good overhead because it started getting really close to that side wire. He wasn't sure. Nice move. McNerney reads the dink. Comes in.
We got Morgan retreating and McNerney running into it.
And there you see him. You watch McNerney at these moments, and this is why these guys have to lob more. Oh, McNerney with the hands.
You're kidding me.
And look, he's so ready to pounce. Like he's so, oh, they're going to bail now. Yep. Any number of 4 or 5 balls there could have ended points against certain teams. That wasn't simple. That was tough blitz play. He can make it, but it was not easy.
The problem is, even if he makes that one, you know, he's lifting to Regalado and Salazar, who are pretty good position at the net. It's easier said than done. Than say we would let that ball go, right? We'd never lift a blitz up.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes for us at our stage, you know, it's more like we know we may not get back. So, like, what's the options? The second option doesn't really exist, you know. So these guys
points ended one way or another.
Right. Option 2, not in play. But, you know, with the ability to transition back, you would never, you know, sort of one of the rule ones of platform tennis, if you want to get to the higher levels, is to not play balls that you have a possibility of missing at a high rate, right? Anything that's out of your reach, too far, you got to hit up to a guy. Just don't hit it. Let it go. Your partner should take it or let it go to the screen, right? Don't reach for it.
Oh,
nice. That's a great waterfall from Morgan. Fist pump. And he walks around. I like it. I think he's strutting a little.
Yeah, he should.
He should, yeah. It's a good one. Look at this. He perfectly measured waterfall. And look at the walk-off. He's just walking off. I love it. That's awesome. That's awesome. Ah, got it there.
30 off.
Well, you know, McNerney's done generally pretty good that time. Regalado got the best of it. Yeah, the ball bounced right up into it. Tough reaction play there for Morgan. They've been able to break down that error. And this is the one area, like we said, that it's not that they're getting that many more, but they're getting one more point here at the net. But this, we still got a long ways to go.
Yeah.
Oh!
40-30.
Even though it's over, McNerney's right there. All right, game point here for McNerney Morgan. Wow, great return.
Really good return.
Yeah, it was huge. And what's interesting is we haven't seen, they're using the return kind of like sparingly. It's not every one. It almost looked like it took McNerney by surprise. You rarely see him try to catch a ball behind him. Wow, that ball's on the outside of the line. And then McNerney makes a blitz, but the ball's high.
Advantage Regalado Salazar.
It can work. If he gets the pushover, it can work, but there was no deception in that one, right? He saw him the whole way. He just hit it straight down at his feet. And now McNerney's forced to play a very tough volley there. To me, that was a press. So quickly, they go from game point down to a break point here. Little mishit drive there.
Boy, that's a great leave.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good hit. It's really well left.
Advantage, McNerney, Morgan.
Oh, that's a good overhead. There's that same move we've seen 100 times today. Regalado got him once earlier in the day, and he knows he can make it because the coverage is there from his partner.
You see both McNerney and Morgan, it's almost like they're aiming for that crease. And we get Salazar just kind of protecting the corner and a couple of those overheads.
You notice McNerney's hitting a lot less attempts at finishing cuts, like the ones that land short. And he's strictly his game. That's just so well done. Perfectly played. And one of the moments where McNerney was surprised by the way that exchange goes. Normally he inserts himself right in the middle and gets in front of it.
Right.
This goes cross court, and the quick blitz, because the play is on the other side of the court, he can't even get himself there in time. That was just beautifully done there from Salazar.
Now, to your earlier, just you were talking about, we haven't seen that cut from, the cut winner or cut attempt from McNerney. I would say that that's partly a product of Salazar and Regalado are hitting, their lobs. They're lobbing very well. They're drawing either Morgan or McNerney off the net to hit the majority of their overheads. Boy,
great spot.
Great.
Regalado, Salazar.
Yeah, I think that's a part of it. I also think he's sort of taken it out of his game more so. And specifically, you might be right, I think he's even taken it out of the game against them more so, meaning you don't want to get in that situation. And right there,
New ball, guys.
break
Regalado,
of serve.
Salazar. They lead
And
the second set, 2-1.
as they're switching, you can see balls, he just gets that one out of there. So good break of serve there from Regalado Salazar, and it happened in these tiny flurries. Couple of good returns. We're seeing him start to do some damage on the return. I think he had 3 missed first volleys in that game. And compared to what we were talking about when we were talking about 90% of those balls are getting beyond the first 3, that was one of the first games where not the case, and it's starting to happen a little bit more, right? The game's opening up a little bit more for Salazar and Regalado. And I think, do you think the game can open up more for like McNerney and Morgan, or this is just the way they have to fight their way through it? Like, could they open it up more? Could they start hitting more?
I don't think effectively they can.
I don't think they can either.
I think Regalado Salazar can open the faucet a little bit more.
Yes.
And I think we've seen that in the last 3 games where, Regalado has actually affected some more of those points, either, ripping that two-hander or his big shift over. But I don't know if Morgan and McNerney can, nor should they.
Yeah, I don't think they can. So that's my point. Like there's a level where Regalado and Salazar can go try to get more points. I'm not sure where it is for these guys, where it is for McNerney Morgan. And that's and as much as this is battle and it's 3 hours and this and that, and it is actually close, there's just a slight offense differential, right? Or an area that they can access a little bit more. And these guys, it's like we talked about, it's hard to work on them mentally. Yeah, we say all these things are jobs. Yes, they're controlling the point. But ultimately, if you don't break them down where they're giving you the loose, like they back up and they're hitting a roller and they just put it in the net, and you don't get that point, then, where are you going to get it, right? They're not giving them those. And I think there's a degree to which that, McNerney and Morgan are sort of relying on those points. You know what I mean? They're not going to get them all off their own paddles, and they just don't give it to them. And that's where there's slight difference in this match is. How they're going to find them, I really don't know. If McNerney, if Regalado and Salazar don't just start missing, right? Like a ball here and there.
Well, I think in the backcourt, if you were to say, okay, how the reality is that if McNerney wants to, and Morgan, if they want to kind of open things up with their offense, it needs to be on mistakes from, in placement or speed with the overheads from Regalado and Salazar. And as long as Regalado and Salazar are, banging the ball into McNerney's corner where he's able to create that offense, I don't think there's that extra gear offensively in the backcourt that McNerney and Morgan can kind of shift into. Where Regalado Salazar in the backcourt, I think they definitely have that extra gear that they could, pull that lever and say, we're going to be driving more. We're going to be attacking more with our backcourt offense. Just because they have, that very specific skill sets.
Oh,
right?
Morgan! He makes the read, but it just couldn't control the pace as he's running up to get it. He even had a little around the net post opportunity, I think. But that was a tough drive. Yeah, I like this. Hit the ball. Maybe an overhit, but I don't know that the off-pace drive is going to do it. Now, does it feel like a little bit of a press now? Like, here's where the point, and we've brought this up before, the whole boa constrictor thing. Right, where you feel you're getting squeezed. Now, what are you going to do? You're fighting for your life. Hit it harder, right? And is this the trap? Because, we just said if they open it up more, is that better for them? Well, it worked that one time there, but they're down 40-15 still. And you can see he's opening it up, right?
Yeah. And he would be the one in the backcourt, he being Adam Morgan, to do it.
Right. And those are, by the way, he just hit 4 haymakers. Those are big-time drives. They're flat, so his ball has a certain thing. There's not a movement to it, meaning but it's heavy.
Yes.
Oh, it's just such a magnificent ball right at the crease.
Regalado Salazar. They lead the second set 3-1.
All right, so new ball. Adam Morgan taking a serve there. Underspin roller, and there's some separation now for Regalado Salazar, who just in workmanlike fashion played that first set in 2 hours, giving away nothing. They're slightly opening it up now, but they're still not giving away a lot. They're giving what happens when they open it up more is they're going to make an occasional error on a drive, but they still get a blitz opportunity in a move. That one's a good cutter there.
And I think where McNerney and Morgan could potentially open it up would be where McNerney at the net starts to
do that.
Getting a little more aggressive with, his spins and shot selection at the net.
Well, you can see this game here. He's going for more on his overheads. This is the most, like in terms of banging overheads, harder cuts, so the ball's moving. Already we're seeing 4 times the action than we've seen in the measured points. And as we said, I'm not sure there's benefits to them, but I think maybe we've gotten to the point where they're not sure what's going to, let's throw some stuff at it and see what sticks, right? You know, because when it comes to being measured, well, they were more measured than us, right? And they picked away at us better. Now I'll bang a couple, let's cut a few, let's see what happens. And then whatever it is, I kind of applaud it to a degree, because you got to find out where is it going to be, or maybe just change it up a little, just because. See if change happens, something else is gonna happen, whatever it is, right? You know?
Yeah.
And right
See
now
what
it's
sticks.
it's a slow bleed. Right now it's a slow bleed, right? Doesn't it feel like the match is a slow bleed? You know.
Well, you look at too, in at 1-love, McNerney Morgan had a point to go up 2-love, and then lo and behold, they're down now 3-1. These. We all know that momentum shifts happen quickly.
But it wasn't at that point. It wasn't a change in style or play or anything. It was just they didn't capitalize on that one moment, right? And then all of a sudden, it's kind of like that slow bleed just coming back, right? And but just outstanding stuff. It's high level, and these are the high level choices you're sort of faced with, right? Against every other team in the country. Right now, McNerney and Morgan on this season, for right now, have been the second best team in the country based on results. They're not seeded second here, because other teams with more points and the points roll through a season, right? But, they just haven't gotten over this hump. And Regalado Salazar, exactly where they are. They've lost one match on the year.
Good lob.
Yeah, perfect lob. There was a little confusion on who's taking it, but that was a great lob no matter what. They were probably getting a strike anyway. Although if McNerney knew Morgan was going to get, he would have planted himself up, and then that just creates a different dynamic. That's a great drive there. If they could find a way, that's a place where they could get some more points. If McNerney can drive a forehand and they can create a miss, they've had very few of those. If that can happen. Wow, he's jumping that route, but a great volley from Adam Morgan. Not that time. Great hold.
Hey, McNerney Morgan. Regalado Salazar lead the second set, 3-2.
All right, time to talk about one of our sponsors, Corient. And Corient is excited to partner with the APTA because whether as advisors to our members or as members themselves, they are already part of the APTA community. Learn more at www.corient.com, the official wealth sponsor of the APTA. All right, so 5 games in here. This is a battle. I mean, it continues on, definitely opening it up more for Regalado and Salazar. And I think even McNerney and Morgan, they threw some different things at it in that game. And were able to get a hold without having to go to deuce. And that's been not so simple,
Yes. I see a great blitz followed by a little Letcord winning volley.
Yeah, some good fortune.
McNerney.
And, I for one, like the change they kind of added in there, added just dimensions. Because the slow bleed at a certain point, you gotta, it's got to change. Good move.
Yeah, smart play there. He let it go through. You see him almost sticking his nose back in there with the blitz off of that lob from Morgan.
Oh, just had a hesitation letting that ball go off the side screen. Little waterfall, great shot.
Well, and that's the hard part about that, a well-hit waterfall, you lose sometimes. It's almost like you're
15-30.
you know, you lose the depth perception when you're looking up and you're playing the ball into the side screen or from the side. It's tough play.
Yeah, that's a great play there from Adam Morgan. Drives it right through. Oh, that's masterful. Masterful.
The Adam Morgan Show. If you're
15-40.
just joining us, this is the Adam Morgan Show in the last, wow, that was pretty
No,
well
amazing.
struck.
He's opening it up. They've started to kind of bring it to a little different piece. And you can see Adam Morgan's hitting more. And that was just an incredible angled volley there that he was able to find. Those guys, not easy to get around them like that. And they aren't able to track it down because it's moving around the outside. The ones through the middle, they'll always find. And then a win, and we've had 2 or 3
Game
wins.
McNerney Morgan, games are 3-all, second set.
With the McNerney forehand, that's another place they can win. So they're definitely starting to dial up another notch, and I love it. And right now, it's giving them some pop. And he's starting to go harder overhead, too, like harder cut, bigger way. Morgan's hitting. Switch in the backcourt.
And even though Morgan hurt him in that last game, I don't see a major change in, a little frustration.
Love 15.
Drew Nick, unreturnable by Morgan.
All right, just got a visit from Gonzalo Garcia Nieto, who just took the men's challenge event. Congratulations. Well done. And he'll, in no time, be here in these Grand Prix Tour events, in the main events. Another talented Spaniard from Spain. Gonzalo? Yep. Another talented Spaniard following suit with all these fellas out here. So great fortune there. A little drop winner. Oh, just perfect. He positions himself in the exact spot he needs, and he puts his paddle in the place where it's coming. You can see it all develop right there. It's just a perfect play. Watch this. Right here, boom.
40-15.
He sees the way Salazar's body is moving in one direction. I tell you, McNerney Morgan, these subtle changes and open it up, and now it's sort of feeding in to a degree. Oh, what a dig there. Got a very fortunate come off the screen. I didn't think he was going to be able to get that one.
I don't think Regalado did either.
Yeah, he kind of, it's like, what? I thought it was over, right? It just kind of bounced up. It did not kind of die in that corner, so it happens.
See, I love that overhead where, and I know you've spoken a lot about it, is that cutter that's going through, working through the court.
Yep.
And then, you know, hitting the side screen and kicking off to the hitter's right.
That's a great shot. You could hear the advice there. Throw it up. But he's definitely adding more torque to it right now. You know, before he was more pushing it around, using third panel slams, a little flatter. He's starting to add, he's spicing it up. And I think so far it's been all good for McNerney Morgan. It's just sort of changed the whole tempo of like, okay, we're trying to beat you mentally, but we can't. We'll keep trying harder at it. You know, now here they go. You know, it's this pop. We're getting some transition play. Adam Morgan's opening the drive up, and they're getting a couple of errors out of Regalado and Salazar.
Game McNerney Morgan. They
All right,
lead the
so
second set, 4-3.
Special treat. We were talking earlier about, you know, Brian Heil, who come in a singlet. Here he comes. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that is just it's a treat right there. It's
Oh,
popping
boy.
in. Oh boy. Yeah.
Right now.
Now no one can unsee it. All right. Yep. Brian Heil.
Yeah.
feature on the tour maybe 10, 12 years ago. Columbus legend,
I'm good for now, yeah.
Ohio legend.
Yeah.
So there's an appearance.
Thank you very much.
And yes, that's probably all over the internet. Anybody needs a copy. All right, so Regalado, Salazar, they opened it up. And right now, McNerney and Morgan are kind of walking through it. McNerney is driving forehands through. And it's something we haven't seen the entire match. It's where, you know,
15.
it was a place where they could start to win some points. And if this becomes something they can do, feels like a totally different match right now.
Yeah. Well, and he must have heard us saying that there wasn't really a way that they can open up. And he's like, hold my beer, I'll show you. Right?
That's great. Well, you know, it's all a question of like the execution right there. And he's hit 4 or 5 great drives. And the reality is we haven't seen that much of it, you know, right? It's not about that he can't do it. It's almost like he's designed his game to a certain level where that's where it is. We can see that Regalado and Salazar can open it up. We've seen them drive, you know, multiple balls in a row, a bunch of them. We don't really see it out of McNerney very often. It's always sort of the push me, pull me stuff. He's pushing you around, he's moving, you know, but he's not actually attacking you, you know, outwardly.
Yes.
He's moving your pieces around. And to some degree, he's hit 3 good ones. He misses one. He's got to. This is the element of his game that he can add. He can have a hitter's mentality. There's no one who would say that's a bad forehand to hit, right?
Right.
You know, it's a high forehand right there. Your balance, you're in there. No one would say it, you know. And he hasn't made a national final yet. He hasn't made it. Maybe this is just the thing he's got to do. You know, maybe this is the one ingredient that's going to give him a national title or that's going to give him the national final. You know, open up the forehand a little more. It's got to do 5 to 10% more damage. It's not. We're talking about points, not, you know, seismic shifts in how many points he wins.
Yes.
Just a few, right? You know, and he's gotten 3 or 4, and now, you know, they were down 3-1. Now they're up 4-3. He missed one there, but hitters hit. You know?
Yeah.
You know, and what's also unique with these things is the women's finals going on, and we have is 5-love for Lopez Page. In the first set there, I thought it was a 3-1 score at one point that got placed in there, but it's actually 5-love Lopez Page.
Is it really?
And they're battling. It must be that they've gotten to a point where, you know, Bursch and Elliott are having to grind here. So good for those guys.
Yeah, they must have, the court director, they must have corrected that.
Yeah, obviously something got, you know, human error somewhere. But now these guys are actually dialing it back down. Watch this. So now it got a little too open maybe for Regalado Salazar. They recognize sort of the tea leaves. Here we go. We're going to bait them in play position. Take the air out of the ball for a minute. Spike, but long. Baited him into the spike. And they had 0 intention of playing that volley. You know, if that goes in, they don't care. They'll just hit it back and go back in. So in some respect, it's a result they're hoping for.
Boy, and I love the chess game that, you know, that we're seeing here.
40,
you know, Regalado, Salazar have slowed it back down. Really arrested the momentum shift.
Yeah, I think those guys have a kind of a masterful they still won't even play. They've played a lot, and they put a lot of thought and energy into getting better, and they clearly have just phenomenal chemistry on the court together. Yeah, but they've always been sort of wise beyond their years a little bit, right? You know, they just get it from the get-go. They have not been playing that long, and there's just so much more information out there and people to learn from than there was 10, 15 years ago. That's a great lob. Good push overhead. All right, great shot there. Catches him reaching a little bit.
30.
It's a big hole.
McNerney probing a little, but he gets caught. It looked,
Regalado, Salazar.
yeah, it was a strange one because it looked like it's what he was trying to do, draw the play towards him a little, and then when it came, he looked like he was surprised, right? You know, like, so it was a unique miss there, and I'm sure he's surprised by it as well. So we're up 4-all here, and, you know, good little momentum arresting, you know, from Regalado Salazar, slowing it up a little bit.
Yeah, that's a great lesson, and for the players watching, you know, if you find that momentum has started to shift, you know exactly what they did. They slowed things down, and like you said, they took the air out of the point, and really just righted the ship.
Yeah, prior to that, it was all sort of, you know, Regalado and Salazar. They had gone up 3-1. And then it was a great response there from Morgan and McNerney, and they rode the wave to 3 games in a row. Great coverage again, partnership. You know, when one guy moves up, the other guy covers behind. That's a tough fadeaway drive there. There was a little space, but there wasn't enough balance from Regalado. Made it a tough shot.
A rare miss. Did she have a fever?
Oh, just wide. Morgan was hoping for the in call.
15-all.
Looked a little wide, but very, very close. Our producer Jake stepping out for a break. In comes producer Mark, head honcho, and that's how we talked earlier. There might be a tag team for this type of length of match, and here it is. They step out, they step in. These guys, you know, the next match, when you imagine the difference in I don't even think it was an hour, the other semifinal for Durant Mitchell to move through. You know, I didn't get to see any of that match, but it moved quickly through. The amount of energy these guys are going to expend to get in here is sort of reminiscent of the last time. You know, McNerney and Morgan, to get to the finals of Boston, had to go through Fraser and West, and it was a good 3.5 hours. And then within an hour, they had to get ready, changed up, you know, get themselves settled and ready for the next match and the next final. You know, this one is going to be kind of similar. And these guys will have an hour left, you know, and, you know, Durant and Mitchell have basically sitting and hanging. Now, to some degree, you know, I don't know, maybe they took a nap, but they're getting some, you know, good time to kind of get themselves settled and ready. These guys got to collect. I always found the hardest thing to be that, you know, you have all this adrenaline. You got to get rid of that. Then you got to ramp it back up again. And that's always the hardest thing, you know, when you're going right back.
Yeah, we probably have Durant and Mitchell got their feet up. Might be even watching this match.
They're probably watching some of it, but you know, there's a level where even watching all of it can almost make you exhausted, right? You know, like no, and to the sense of like, you know, you want to just quiet yourself. Yeah, you already know these guys. You've played them 3 or 4 times, right? You can watch and maybe you can pick up a tendency. But you know, the first thing you got to come with when you play Regalado and Salazar is you got to come with your lunch pail. You know, that's it.
Yes.
You know, you got to clock in, right? And if you don't clock in, you're probably over before it starts, right?
Well, I think both the teams. I mean, whether, you know, if we get McNerney and Morgan coming back to win this match, you know, they're really no different. You have to be prepared to grind. And I think all top teams, it's to one respect or another, you've got to be ready to just, like you said, go to work. Boy, and it's funny, the first 6 or so games had a completely different feel, didn't it? And we're right back to where we were last set.
Well, oddly, the slow bleed is what I think worked best for Regalado and Salazar. You know, this has been where, like, it kind of works for both teams, but to me it's sort of like Regalado Salazar gets 6 and Morgan McNerney get 5, right? But it seems to keep coming, right? Keep happening, right? You know, and 6-5, that's going to win you the match, right? You know, 6 points to 5 points, you're going to win, right? So they're kind of like the house, you know, in essence, like the game is rigged for them, you know, and I'm not sure how they change that. When it gets down to this, to me, they're the house, right? And the house always wins. Not, you know, obviously they don't always win in this case, and it's a battle and all that jazz, and anything can happen. But you know what I'm getting at, right?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't mind McNerney opening up that overhead some more again. You know, start hitting.
See if they get switched here at the net.
Yeah, that'll happen. All right, so first set to Lopez and Page, 6-1 over Burrish and Elliott. And Burrish and Elliott uniquely have lost a lot of first sets this year. You know, it's actually not that unique. Great teams often lose sets. They just right themselves, you know, and then they win the next 2 sets like 6-2, 6-2, right? And you go, well, what's that? Where does that score come from? Well, they make adjustments, or they grind, or they shore up whatever it is. They realize their drive's not there, so they shore up their mental game and their defensive game. Or, you know, they realize they've been too passive and letting the other team conduct the engagement. And so they start to move it. So we'll see what happens in that one.
Now, Brad, have they lost? I know they've won 5.
They've lost 1 match this year to Morgan and Sikora, and I think it was in Baltimore. They lost to Lopez Page. They lost to Lopez Page in Baltimore, was it? Yeah, in Baltimore. So, yeah, that's the.
They're having a season. Yeah.
Yeah, those
season
guys.
just like Salazar and Regalado right now.
30 all.
And it's always a unique, you got you'd have to almost frame it this way, sort of the young upstart team. And to call like
40-30
Elliott and Burrish like grizzled veterans is, you know, not at all the case, because they're still, you know, they're young. They're just 2-time national champions, right, back to back. And they've been the juggernaut, though. But, you know, they're applying the pressure, right? The pressure's coming from Lopez and Page, right? They are a tough out. They've got, you know, weapons. They're steady. They're athletic. You know, Lopez can hit a cut overhead that actually makes a little bit of a difference. You know, I don't know if it will in this match, but they have, you know, drives on both sides, and they're willing to go the distance mentally too.
Yeah, I was watching, I think, some of their win over Hanish and Zabori.
Deuce.
Just a couple little, just a little miss there.
Yeah, we've had a missed volley long, and then that cut overhead. It wasn't even a offensive or true offensive-minded overhead miss.
Just a deep push. Just That's good. He's starting out. Oh, takes a little extra cut on it. You see his finish. Carve short. We haven't seen too many of those. Great move from Regalado. Oh. This could be trouble. Oh, great coverage. Again, he's just pulling the strings, but to knock these guys out, that's the hard part, right? Making him dive, making him get out of the way, and now we're back to square one.
Yeah, and I do think that this is what we need to see from McNerney for them to
well,
come out ahead.
He's trying to get some damage, and in a weird way, even if he makes a slight mistake, at least he's inviting more of a. When he's at the net, McNerney loves the like he could hit offensive volleys. You know, the engagement when he's at the net is his #1 skill, and there it is, right there. That is his #1 skill. There really is almost no one much better than that in the game. And so when he adds a little more to the overhead, it creates a little more of that engagement. Or it forces, or they're going to start hitting weak lobs, you know, and then you're going to end up with more opportunities to try to do more.
Boy, don't you feel like this is a crucial point here for Morgan and McNerney?
Yeah, this will be the first time in the match they've had a lead. And that is just massive. And it feels like we've seen 10 of, not 10, but you know, there's been 3 or 4 or 5 moments, but so far they've all been won by Regalado Salazar, right? These little moments, right? They had a possible moment to go 2-love in this, and then they're down 3-1. The first set, they could have crawled back to even, but then they end up falling and lose the separation game to go down 5-3, and then it gets away from them there. You know, it's a huge moment for them.
Great overhead.
And it adds like just this element of pressure. We haven't seen pressure affect Regalado and Salazar yet. Almost at all throughout the season. Like I never feel they're pressured, right? They just are continuing, and most of the time it's because they're generally just winning, right? They're never behind, you know, and so they'll be behind for the first time in a set in this match, right?
Well, if you consider 1-love, They were on
I
serve.
don't consider 1-love behind here, and you're right. And they're just on serve here, but something at the end of the set is very different
Yes,
than 1-love.
it's
correct. You know, when you
huge
must hold to stay in it, it's just a different game. Oh, he's got a moment here to do something. Good try. I thought he would try actual undercutter there, but he went longer. That's it. That's it. And again, he gets to use the thing he's best at to finish that game out. 2 cut-off volleys to finish it out. He gets the drop shot on the one before, and here's he reads it, and then the put away. That's what he is best at. Any chance he gets to be able to use that, that's going to bode well from them. So first lead for McNerney Morgan. Here we got a nice close-up of Mike Ujimsi. He's talking up there to Mike Davis. Mike, what do you need up there? Survival kit, hot chocolate.
Yeah.
Might be a good idea. Why don't you stay warm inside in the meantime?
I think they're talking about possible swap out of umpires.
Yeah,
We've been talking about tag teaming.
A
like
reliever.
This entire thing, you got to have an umpire reliever. You got to tag team in. We got a new producer here. They're dropping like flies.
Yeah, you know, only the strong are surviving
Only
here.
the strong can finish out this match here with McNerney Morgan and Regalado and Salazar. Mike, you're a warrior, my friend.
We're here, baby. We're here.
You know, you should get combat hazard pay. The works.
We're not calling those guys soft. We're just saying, you know, we are tougher than
That's
most.
right. All right, so Love, McNerney Morgan have battled their way to their first lead at any set. They're not up a break, but we got Regalado and Salazar serving to stay in this second set. And it's been a very different set. The first set was just the same tempo almost all the way through, right? 6-3, 2 hours. Here we've had a couple of moments. It opened up a little in the beginning. Then they closed it right back down. McNerney's trying to speed up a little more on his overheads. There he gets the net exchange that he wants. Doesn't execute, but I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
You know,
that
like,
was the drive to the space that McNerney was occupying. They forced him to come back to play that ball, and they drew a volley error.
Yep, the volley, the driving behind him instead of to the space around him, right? You know, like you got to go down the line, not to the middle. And we actually had a missed return that time for McNerney.
I mean, I find it absolutely amazing. You can count if we take all 4 players, the number of first touch errors, either faults or missed returns. I mean, I'm thinking there might be 4.
Yeah, maybe a couple more, but it's very little, and it's definitely a design of the way they play. You know, and he went for it on that return there.
40 love.
But I'm not sure going for it on the return end of it. I'd like to see him open up when he gets one in the middle court. Look, if it's a good drivable ball,
right,
you should hit a good drive. You should have the shot to work with it, right? You know, like to me, that is the ingredient. If McNerney could find 3 more without, getting 6 or 7 errors, right? You know, that kind of thing where, without making a few errors. And we saw him, and it did work wonders getting to the, where they were able to get to this 5-4 game. Where he won a few games. He won 3 or 4 points with the big forehand. Now they're going to bait him into taking it, And this is where they're being really smart, because when you take the air out of the ball, it's different. Like literally nothing on it. Like Morgan will load that up, but it's so hard to work with nothing. Right,
generate pace from
nothing.
Yeah,
well, it's not so hard. Some guys are better at it than others, right? And that is one of the things he's not better at. It is a tough play. Now they can go to this. Now we're going to go to a grind. Adam Morgan, he can add something.
Yes,
he missed it, I think.
Game Regalado Salazar. Game
all
for
right.
5-all. Second set.
5-all. I like that move though. He had a shot. It's kind of like a 40 love go. All right, we're at the business end here. Can they take this thing to 3? Will they switch out the
Find
umpire? Will, like, there's so many things that are possibilities
right.
here.
You're right.
You're looking for a new ball?
Sorry.
Mike Davies, he's been up there so long. How many games has it been? About 20? Are they switching every 5-6 games? All right, they're all doing math out there. And the ball
Good thing we don't have to.
The account, yeah, right. Count.
Yeah, it was a good thing we're not the accountants. Holy smokes, this is.
All right, practice serve there from Graham McNerney. 5-all. Second set. I'm Brad Eastbrook with Mike Raleigh. Short Hills semifinal action.
Well, you see that third panel slam forced a switch in the backcourt.
Just got a visit from the one man this season who's been able to defeat Regalado and Salazar, Tomas Christian. Tomas, welcome up here. Got any insight on how to do it?
Yeah, please share.
What's that? Gotta grind it out, he says. Come on in, let's talk about it for a second.
We got time.
It's 5-all in the second. We got a good hour. All right. Now, so tell me, you're the one team this year who's been able to beat Regalado and Salazar. How do you guys end up doing that?
I mean, obviously we executed well that day. I thought Drew played one of his best matches from the baseline.
Your partner, Drew Broderick?
Partner, Drew Broderick.
Right.
Yeah, I think just, we looked at what they do well and tried to just keep it away from there. Mostly, that's pretty much it.
So, but you brought your lunch pail, you grounded out, and by the end, you actually had them slightly frustrated.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what I think Regalado, Salazar, Morgan McNerney, and me and Drew Broderick are pretty similar teams in that we kind of approach it to make it difficult for people to win points against us versus trying so hard to win type
Points
of mentality.
against them, right. Yeah, more of a I won't lose, therefore I'm winning.
So
right.
This is kind of what you get when you have two teams like that playing each other.
And so
everybody's waiting each other out.
Was it that you were placing the ball a specific spot on your lobs or moving to or is it more just, we're just never going to give in mentally?
I think Alvy does unbelievable on defense, and he really capitalizes on those high balls. Right when you're attacking him, he's able to really capitalize on those down-up overheads. So we tried to. I think that's true against almost everyone, but him especially.
Right.
Like right there.
Yeah.
He's always looking to attack those, so try not to give him too many of those.
Can you give me a couple other examples or give us a couple of more examples of avoiding things that they do well?
And then the obvious is that Jose has an incredible forehand, right? His forehand really influences the match. You're gonna lose if he's hitting a lot of forehands at you, absolutely.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
pretty much
it's
it.
That's
yeah,
it. There you
it's
go.
I
tough.
mean, that's all I got.
Yeah, that's all you got. There you go. The only
Sounds
man
easy.
to do it this year. Tomas Christian and Drew Broderick, and that's just there's the punishment of the high ball in there.
Yeah,
that
there you
time
go.
it moves over with the forehand. And the insight, Tomas, is a lot of the things that we've been saying. You brought your lunch pail. You gave them less than they gave you, essentially, is what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And in the end, they got frustrated. By the end of your match, would you say they were actually flustered and a little like they were going for more because they couldn't win
Absolutely.
enough?
Yep, they were making some errors you never see usually.
You broke them at their game in that day.
Correct.
Right? And you've played them other times
And-
this year, and it didn't work out.
Right. And the other way, we also played Drew Broderick and I played Morgan McNerney in Detroit, and they felt like they did the same thing to us on that particular day.
Yeah,
so
that
it can really change.
It was a tune-up that day. It was like one in love
big
or
time.
something. Yeah.
One in love in 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
But it still took, it was close to a
Right.
2.5 hour match.
Yeah.
That's
We just ended up being the team that missed. This has got to be the long one. Is this the longest match you guys have ever seen so far at this for this long?
I mean, we
this many
started
games?
at 9:10, and it's 3 hours and 10 minutes so far.
Incredible.
Yeah, so it's not. I mean, it's up there. It's one of them. I talked to some other people who play 3-hour matches. But clearly every point is at a premium, and if this goes 3, you can keep that headset on, and Mike and I will
we'll
take
start-
a moment.
start
We'll come
it
back
out.
in. We'll start rotating players. We got Gonzalo here. He can do a bilingual broadcast.
And who do we have in the chair today?
It's Mike Davis, who
Mike.
literally was just talking to Mike Yachimsky about maybe they're going to swap out umpires, do an umpire
Definitely.
swap. Right.
Third set umpire swap.
And I don't
if
think
it
they're
gets
doing
there.
it with a ladder. I think it's like an airdrop. The helicopter comes in, and he climbs the ladder, and Yachimsky comes down after. That is huge.
Great coach from Regalado there.
Love 40.
He's so good in those transition situations.
To us, it looked like in the second set, we've talked a lot about not giving him anything. But the moment that McNerney and Morgan had the most success was when sort of Regalado and Salazar started to open it up a little, but they started doing a little more themselves. Like he started to carve the overhead. They were able to get to a space where he was able to use his volley transition and attack back with it. When it's been the longer, slower, it's been a slow bleed for McNerney Morgan. Like it's a slow bleed, right? It's been, they're winning points. Yeah, it's taking a long time, but they're losing, right? And they're always been sort of on the downside of it. So it's sort of a unique situation. You want to not give them anything, but where is that line, right? How long are you going to slow bleed it?
Right.
Where is it? It's a tough situation. They just got 2 back here. This would be an amazing hold for them right now. So that was 2 huge saves from Love 40 down. And there's the big high backhand that we talked about. And you see McNerney throwing his hands up.
Game, Regalado, Salazar. They lead the second set 6-5.
Tomas, to your point, you since you joined us, you notice how I think there's been 3 high balls to Regalado on that going into that side screen that he's been able to capitalize.
Yep.
So that's a fantastic point that you brought up. That,
It's tough because you when you cut overheads, it's still kind of a down up.
Sure.
So
yes,
he kind of he's really great. He's really great at kind of counter punching when you're trying so hard to attack, like you said there. So.
And I think late in the first set, we saw a similar pattern where he tended to, I think there were 3 points, 2 which he hit with his two-hander, and then 1 he slid to his left and cracked a forehand. But he really affected late in that first set too. And to me, he's been the factor in this match that's kind of differentiated Salazar and Regalado.
I'll say what's amazing is how Regalado can pinch that side screen and put himself out of position. And even when he gets beat to the screen is how he recovers with his athleticism to get the ball back. He's spinning, you typically wouldn't have people spin around and hit a forehand to cover the side back, but he really does an amazing job of not getting beat, even though he's putting himself out of position. It's incredible.
Yeah, he's got
He's
great
a
hands.
great athlete.
But he also has good coverage from Salazar as well. They're
Right.
half the time, more than half, 75% of the time, he just goes and he waits there and he lets Salazar
Right,
cover
let
it
Salazar
behind him.
cover it.
Right, so, but the biggest thing, and I think you guys are all correct, has been the difference for them to affect a few more points from the backcourt. Regalado, Salazar, just getting more backcourt points, when it's all said and done. It's been this incredible match. The place that they can get some points is in that type of scenario, but it's filled with some risk for McNerney and Morgan.
Yep.
Meaning you're going to get some, you're going to lose some, and there you can see it goes for him. All right, so we're right down at the end, opening up the forehand again. Good read on that drive. Beautiful coverage. Now on our original sort of live stream schedule they gave us, it said the men's final was not before 12. And I thought it just meant they weren't going to play before 12, but they actually just meant it's not going to finish before 12, right? So it'll probably be when this is done, there'll be an hour break is usually your typical thing, and then they'll move into the finals. And we had talked about that. Now, having played a lot of these long matches, being part of it sometimes, your most frequent partner is, Drew Broderick, played these. You're no stranger to 2-3 hour matches. In fact, it's your typical norm, right? How do you get back from a 3 hour match and then 1 hour later you go back to doing another 3 hour match?
It's tough. It does take a toll on you mentally, probably mentally more than physically, I'd say, because it's not too strenuous. But that teams like Drew and I and Morgan McNerney, you got to think that the multiple, once you get to 4 matches in a day, it's almost it's tough to hang in there mentally. So a format like Nationals, there's 2 matches a day, probably suits a team like us and Morgan McNerney.
I also think, like, going back to Detroit, where you played Morgan McNerney and they beat you at a convincing score. It still was 2 hours,
right? But
you had played the round before a very difficult match, correct?
Correct.
Right, and I think that also played into it. You stayed out there, but when every point's at a premium all the time, and it's hard to and you're grinding it mentally. It's tough to come. Right back out there,
Right, it's a tough balance. Like you could try and do more to end points, but then you risk, potentially not winning.
Sure.
Because we know what works, so it's tough.
But I think too, mentally, that is, you all in Salazar, Regalado, you're conditioned to play that way.
Right.
But just being at it for 3 hours in the previous, and then you're looking at potentially another 3 hour match in the finals. What do you expect there, Tomas, for these? Whomever wins this match, what's their routine in the next hour to get ready to come back out and compete in the finals?
What's the routine as far as like what they're going to do to?
Yeah, what would they do in the next hour to recover and get ready for the next?
Got to shower, stretch.
Yeah.
Shower, stretch.
What can you do? Then back
Grab
at it.
Have a bite to eat. Yeah.
The good news is that Johan's not going to play and Steven aren't going to play at this speed. So I think it'll be fast no matter what in the final against either of these teams.
Big point there for McNerney Morgan.
I just realized that whole conversation we had was 1 point. 15. Yeah. It was 15 love.
You ever read War and Peace?
Welcome to the booth.
No. Welcome to the
How
booth.
How about James Joyce Ulysses? This is nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you said
was
a good
a short
point before. It was a short point. You're absolutely right. You said something before, Mike, where you were talking about their condition to play that way. Uniquely, Drew Broderick and Tomas Christian make a great pairing. Drew's had 100 partners along the way, and he's played with so many people, but that doesn't always work out. He needs someone with that ability, right, to do it. If the balance isn't there,
right,
the the effect isn't there,
Right.
right?
And same
you
for
know,
me,
and
as do I.
Well,
Yeah.
you've kind of come to that. You play with 1,000 different partners, and you
Right.
realize this might be the best way for me to possibly do this.
Right.
Right. You know, yeah, you got some offense, but is it more offense than that guy has? Yeah,
Right,
you have
right,
some.
right.
So where are you going to compete? You're going to compete mentally with you know, and use this game in a certain ways. You know,
You also think about the value of offense too. Is like there's a lot of people that hit a lot of drives, but do they produce errors? And
Correct.
You know, it's
Sure.
It's interesting.
Sure. All right, big moment there. Adam Morgan can't come up with that volley. 2 points from victory for Regalado and Salazar. Guest in the booth, Tomas Christian. I'm Brad Easterbrook with Mike Raleigh. We're getting down to the end here. What a great pace volley. Can he dig that one? Oh! What a dig.
What a get.
Wow, great overhead from
Just carved
McNerney
him
there.
up.
30 all.
Flurry of action there. Maybe one good dig, can't come up with the other one. What a stretch volley there from Salazar.
What do you think, Mike? Break or hold?
I think this is a break. You know, just the way that this match is going, I think
See
we're
a breaker?
gonna. Yeah, I'd love to see a breaker. I think we're going to have a left court drive winner to win this point to set up a break point here.
Wow.
But,
When you
know,
commit, you go all out.
Yeah,
Mike.
yeah,
You
yeah.
do. You don't leave anything in the bag.
It's a bit Nostradamus-like, but I'm feeling it.
You told me early on that you're only doing one match today, so you're bringing it.
That's right.
So, Mike, I had heard on the live stream from one of your matches that you had looked at the first set that Drew and I played against Alvi and Jose.
Yes,
in Milton
yes.
Point. And what is it that you found with drives, since we were on that topic? Drives hit versus
10%.
produced errors?
10% of the drives were point-ending drives for the driver, but also I think it was close to 10%. It was just under 10%. Were errors, and 80% of the drives did not end the point.
So it was dead even, basically.
Yes, yes.
You know,
from
you had
winners to
10%
errors.
losses, 10% wins, and the rest were just point continues, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And when you say losses
Great.
and wins, you also mean you're accounting that a drive could be also like, what if the drive resulted in a drop shot winner? That would count as a bad drive, right?
I did not factor that in.
Yeah, because
So
that's
it
an
was
interesting
just-
point, and for these guys, it makes a difference. Like you hit a drive, but all of a sudden the guy's waiting at that was wide.
I saw it in, actually.
Oh, Mike Davis sees it in.
I saw it in.
From my angle, it looked wide. That they have to call it the way they see it. That is a break point instead of a match point now, and he's got to now deal with that. You know, like getting an overrule at a crucial moment.
No, I don't make the calls. I don't make the calls. Right. I saw it in.
All right, that's underway. Let's see. All right, good thing, no fault there.
I was
You
thinking-
don't
I
want to
was
see a
thinking it,
fault
yeah.
there. Then it's just like you want him serving the box. Let's play.
Yeah, then we're in a
But
third set.
What a moment.
Well, that wasn't a left court winner, but boy, it's even more dramatic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Huge,
Mike,
huge point here.
I'll give you the call, Mike. It was a good call.
Boy. Yeah.
But, yeah.
Mike
I mean-
wanted to stay up longer.
I mean,
Yeah, that's right. You know, we're here all day.
You know, back to the drive thing, I feel like it's more not even about the drive so much as the top teams. Obviously, to be a top player, you got to have amazing volleys, but also teams do a great job of not losing points when the driver has, you know, their look. They're either bailing or closing.
Right.
Not getting caught in
They don't
between.
go for the
You get-
volley
Right.
and miss it. They just let it go.
You know, if they did
Yes.
the opposite, they wouldn't really be in these matches anyway. They'd be missing those volleys.
Correct,
So,
and that's one of the differences actually between tiers of teams, right? One tier will just get it back and go back in transition. The other tier will try to make that volley and miss it.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that I didn't account for was the point. You know, say I drive the ball and you blitz in behind it, Brad, and you stuff the volley to win the point.
Right.
That I was just solely looking at point-ending drives, and you know, not the result of that drive.
There's also that, but that can turn against you as well. You know, when you have your.
It probably ultimately ends up
probably
to
ends
be
up being
about
worse.
the same.
Yeah, maybe.
No, I think it ends up probably just
Like it's even.
What we had was really dead even,
Okay.
right? Drives make, and that's probably something similar, but obviously, depending on your success rate of where you are in the game, it'll almost appear in the tier you play at. Like it's a little higher, maybe it's up to 12% for somebody with a huge forehand and a huge return, and maybe it goes down to 8%. The percentages aren't going to vary like within like 40%, right? They're going to vary within small amounts, and those small factors, they're the difference makers who moves on.
Just got word that if it does go 3, they're pulling Davis's. They're going to pull him out and let him warm up, and they're trading Mike's for Mike Yachimski's going in the chair.
I think that's a good call.
Yep. I mean,
Yeah.
he is bundled up. He is freezing up there. That's the word. And he is literally the only thing you can see poking out is his head. And then once in a while, he throws a ball from his bundle of blankets. So, yep. It's got to be just getting him out of there. Wow. Good lob. At this point, they're just battling out. So crucial. Break point off a controversial out call, but an overrule, the only one we've had in the match. And there goes McNerney bringing out the forehand. He brings it out again. Good slap.
Making them so far.
He's brought out a few. And
Wow.
there it is.
Wow.
He finishes with the forehand. We're seeing a tiebreaker.
Wow.
That's it's a little mental blow.
You got your wish, Mike.
It's going to hang.
Here we go, baby.
There, and we'll see. Salazar and Regalado, they got to have a short memory here.
6-3, Salazar won the first set.
Oh, what a volley transition play. Beautiful blitz and touch volley behind Morgan.
1-0, Regalado, Salazar.
It's so long. If it goes 3 long.
And,
Boy, that is so impressive to come back from, you know, that break point, losing the break point, getting pegged, and then for Salazar and Regalado to, you know, just really impressive. They, you know, that call, that overrule, and then to come back and make a play like that.
Yeah, it's
really
beautiful.
shows their
Three-quarter pace low return with a slippery blitz behind. Oh! And they look for the same play back with McNerney wanting the hand-to-hand combination, but
Yeah, he had the advantage there. Just missed
he
it.
did, but it's still not an easy shot to make.
Oh,
It's
for
a
sure.
50-50 type of ball, but it's definitely something they use all the time. All right, so quickly a 2-love lead here for Regalado Salazar and a blitz play that works for them and does not work for Morgan McNerney. But one of the biggest differences, you know, because we're bringing up the stats on drives made or missed, it's finding a place where you can win points. They have found in this set where they have won 6 or 7 points with a McNerney forehand drive. They had 0 of those in the first set, right? So they found 6 or 7. Did he miss a couple? Yeah, he missed a couple, but they found, you know, about 6 or 7 with a McNerney drive. You saw it there on the forehand side. And Mike, would you agree that since he's opened it up, he's basically been a better thing for him than
Absolutely.
before when he was just pushing the ball around? You know, he was moving him around, but he was never making a miss, right? He just shoving them around, and they can move around for hours. You know, they have been.
Yeah.
I mean, we're at the 3.5 hours right now. You know, I'm at the breaking point.
Yeah.
You know, like, so since he's opened it up, it's been a place where they found points that they didn't have before.
Wow. Good get.
Yeah, that's a great get.
Well, it's interesting from Regalado Salazar's perspective. You would think that that's what they would want. You know, of all the shots on the court, you know, that's what they're okay with. But then when he's making it, it's tough.
Right. We haven't seen that spot because what usually happens is sort of that regression to the mean, right? Where, yeah, he hits one, but then he misses one in the net, or they give him a really soft one and he goes for it. He's been actually hitting it like a hitter. Like, you know, actually like he tattooed that last ball, right? And it hasn't been that sort of non-committal drive. And then you see him do one, and then he puts it back, right? And he's like, that's enough. I don't make that error. That's not something I do. I don't build my game around it.
Right.
But it's been a place that he's found points, right? And to me, you know, he hasn't been to a national final yet. He hasn't been, he's one of the top 2 teams in the country this year. These guys have had the best season so far, these 2 teams. But maybe the next ingredient is finding 4 points on his forehand.
Right.
Right? Because that's all he needs.
Right.
4. Right? You know, he doesn't need 50, right?
No.
He needs 4 points, right?
Well, and then the threat of that drive, his ability to step up and actually hit it, it shrinks the options that Regalado and Salazar have when they're at the net, or really any team. But, you know, where do they put a ball in order to kind of keep the point on a neutral footing? And he's removing one of those spots by being a little bit more aggressive on that forehand side.
Yeah, the forehands he takes that he doesn't hesitate, they look good. You know, he makes those. You can see, like, his screen drive is his bread and butter, and he doesn't even hesitate when he gets it. It's easier said than done, but that would the deck drives he takes that he completely commits. Say he usually crushes it and he makes it.
Yeah.
Just full out defense here from McNerney Morgan. Great help call. Beautifully played from Adam Morgan. And of course, on a help call, you look to go up the line. If you're the person calling it, if it's going into your corner, your partner covers the center.
You think we're in for another 12-minute point like we had on the first set, Brad?
I think we are. Yeah, I do. Because I feel like they lost the first two quick blitzes, and these things tend to have this regression right back to it. As soon as the 2 quick things happen, it goes right back to the really long, right? And it's great to have Tomas Christian in the booth with us, who's joining us as a guest commentator here, because he's sitting here. He will play this point, but he will also sit here and then shake his head at this point.
Right. Yeah. You know, I think what it is.
So at the same time, he's doing it and then going, I can't believe I did it. Right.
Right. Well, I think, yeah, it's easier to be out there because I think, oh, wow.
You hear McNerney there. He basically called him an SOB. You know, which is great. You see this replay here. Great job from our producer, Jake. And here it comes. Boom. And it's like a handcuff shove. Fully committed drive there and a great drive there from McNerney. Can't fault it. Just that's sort of the way it is. That's love that play from McNerney when he sticks his pal. He knows where it's going.
That thing was right off the hosel, too. You know, it.
Yeah.
Well, I played them yesterday, and he, Regalado likes to use one of those original, shout out to Noah from Xenon, one of those original paddles that had a nub in the middle.
Yeah.
And that volley went off of the nub.
Yeah, where it was rounded.
Right.
Yeah, a couple of years ago it was rounded, yep.
Right, so it can go, you can aim one way, it'll go the opposite direction. That actually played in his favor that time.
Tough to read.
Yeah, he doesn't even know where it's going.
Well, yeah. Yeah. I don't think that was a placement shot. It was a, oh, there's a great Carver.
Wow.
Nothing there. Nothing to be done. Perfect finish.
But
from
the amazing
McNerney.
thing is, I think that is the first or second drop shot cutter winner that we've seen from McNerney.
He's hit a couple long through the court. but short, big difference. And again, we talk about the difference making that the backcourt offense, it's just that subtle difference. 4-1 lead now. It's certainly not over by any means, but they're creeping towards the magic number of 7 points for this tiebreaker and a place in our finals, Regalado and Salazar. And also securing when Jose Salazar wins, if he wins this match, he secures the APTA Cup and a $10,000 prize. So congratulations on whoever gets that, because a long season and a lot of good battles, a lot of hours on the court for all these warriors. Now, Mike, I'm going to give you the Commentators Cup Award.
Okay, well, that's fair. That's fair.
Yep, for time served.
Is there a $10,000
we had called
prize
that-
with that, or?
Yeah, you get a 10,000
Yeah, what does
penny
that get you?
size, 10,000 penny prize.
Looks like the ladies' finals at
But
5-3.
literally just rolls of pennies.
There's a chance here that the ladies' final finishes before this, which would be incredible. Started at
Paige and
10:45.
Lopez.
Paige and Lopez
They're
are
up 5-3.
5-3, and they're just playing a solid match, giving them nothing to work with.
Yeah, those ladies are playing really well. They haven't seen them miss much.
Turnaround drive there. Regalado, good poach. All right. Now, Adam Morgan, to me, feels like a guy, Mike, and you know him very well, being that you're both from Chicago, who doesn't acknowledge pressure. It's almost like not even like he doesn't feel it, or he's not even aware of it almost. Like he just seems like he plays no matter what the moment is.
Yeah, I'd agree. And I think there's very few players that are as competitive as he is. And, part of that competitiveness is, there's no pressure that's too great. At least he doesn't show it.
Like he's in the middle of these crucial point 4-1. He's like, I got it, you got it. Like, feeling none of it. I love it. It's just he just battles all the time. Oh, help call, but what a dig there from Salazar. He has to make a quick flip to the other side. He's going heavy and harder carves.
So, Tomas, you are in.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Mike.
Are you in favor of the new change at Nationals? Sounds like you were, based on your earlier comments.
With the Saturday night semis and finals?
Yes.
I like it because I think there have been a couple times the last couple years where we got stuck with some bad weather. So obviously we're going to miss the kind of peak up and team events. That's great stuff. But I think I like it because it frees up a day for rain. Just lets, you have a day where if it's a rain out, you can push to Sunday if need be. I think anyone would rather play the most important matches of the year in, dry conditions.
Yeah.
In good weather. So I think it frees up that. I do like it. And if it doesn't rain and you can use Saturday night, I think it's great. Everybody can travel on Sunday. It'll be a great atmosphere. Nobody has to wake up and be anywhere the next day.
There's that move again. He's inserting himself. He reads the up-down overhead. McNerney fell into that one. He just went to like kind of the rote side back, and he's fading away, and that one was just blistered. 5-2. 2 points from a berth in the final. And a first-place finish in the APTA Cup for Jose Salazar, and a second-place finish for Regalado. So it's worth $10,000 and $5,000 each to those guys this match.
I can't believe there's a final after this.
There is a final after this, Tomas.
I can't believe that. And you're right, coming from me, it's funny. It is funny to say that.
All right.
6-3 Regalado Salazar.
And again, it's been sort of the story of the match, just a back-and-forth battle, teams that give very little. But then the one moment, like the big backhand off the deck there, and then the big return. They're just getting a little more on the offensive end. And then the one huge strike that actually McNerney took, got a hosel volley back behind him to push him up 3-love. So that's just been really the whole difference out through. These guys have been battling throughout.
Yeah.
All right, so match point here. Number 1, saved with a great return from Adam Morgan. Yeah, McNerney not risking the forehand there. Doesn't want to miss it. They're going to speed this up. That's good. Great transition back. They just do it so well. They don't put themselves in negative positions to lose. They recognize the advantage and go out of it.
And you see Regalado still looking to climb up that side screen. And I mean, that's been, in my opinion, the difference maker in this match is his playing that ad side.
Yeah, for sure it has been. Oh, what a move. Right at the crease. Fake blitz there from McNerney. Crease again.
Oof.
I got you.
3 hours, 40 minutes. Match time. Probably add another 10 minutes for the commentators, so we're good at about 3:50 here now, Mike.
Feels like just a minute.
Good thing you've been,
Just a hot
good thing you've been
second.
training. Good thing you've been
Yes.
training. All right, so still match point here. Regalado Salazar. He's going for it.
Goes for it.
Big time. Hands.
Wow.
Great play, and when he commits to it, he makes it.
6-5, Regalado Salazar.
Great shot. They wanted him to take it, too. They were baiting him into it, and he took it, and he made it. All right, match
Got
point.
to get this serve in here.
Number 3. He hasn't faulted, I don't think, on the day.
Good call to bail out of the middle
Transition.
there.
Yep. And we got match point 3 here.
Wow.
What a stick. Oh!
Good.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Wow, he went for the spike. He just elevated. Cannot get up for that. Yeah, there's the play we've seen. He's been able to get a bunch of those, Regalado. But he always
think
can
that's
count
like,
on Salazar.
6,422 30
Oh, wow.
slams.
Unbelievable from 6-3 down. You had this feeling like inevitably they were going to win that tiebreaker, but it is even.
Oh, no.
7-6, Regalado
All right.
Salazar.
Match point number 4.
It's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine.
Is that for you?
Wow.
You're fine, or they're fine?
No,
That's what
I was
they're
thinking
saying.
about Graham there.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
You're
they
looking a
have
little
just
on
been-
the edge of your seat here, Tomas. You
I mean,
okay, buddy?
I'm a little nervous.
Yeah.
Oh,
That was
2
long.
faults. Unbelievable.
Wow.
7
We
all.
haven't had more than
All right.
5 faults in the 3 hours and 45 minutes of this match.
You can't make this stuff up.
Like I said, it's fine.
There you go.
Everything's fine.
To be honest, you're convincing yourself. I like it.
Yeah.
It's like your little mantra. Oh!
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable is exactly
8-7,
right.
McNerney
That
Morgan.
is 3 points. 2 by a fault, 1 by a miscommunication. I don't think we've seen that the entire match.
No.
And we're a point from a third set. And you were jokingly, we were talking about not getting back for the Super Bowl, and this is Just amazing turn of events. All right, 8-8.
Crazy eights. Crazy eights here.
You got that right, Mike. Oh, he finds the right
volley.
spot. Morgan just dipping down for these things. Carves it in. Will this be a point where he goes for that down-up overhead and Regalado reads it? No, he's going to push it through the middle. There was the one that they've been able to get here and there in these big moments. Been a difference maker.
Oh, that was close.
Close, very close.
How about the middle waterfall?
Yep. He uses it when the guy starts moving up the wire, and then he pushes
Smart.
it to the side. Yeah, it's a great ball.
Boy, it's a very interesting formation when you have, Morgan just kind of roaming with his chin on the net there, and Adam playing.
Yeah, McNerney
back
on the
at
net,
8.
and Adam Morgan. It's a version of kind of an I formation. you
Yeah.
know, right? Morgan doing a great job just pushing these long, low ones through the court. Hard to attack. And they're inviting the attack where McNerney can actually attack volley back.
Wow.
And that is unbelievable.
9-8, McNerney Morgan.
All right, second set point for McNerney Morgan to bring this to 3. And Regalado and Salazar had 4 match points erased.
And this is match point or set point number 2 for Morgan and McNerney, right?
Set point number 2. Big return, transition. And we're back to square one.
Morgan does seem unfazed with he makes all his serve is so consistent. Drives, unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't think he gets phased at all.
Not at all.
I think they're going to go back to baiting it, and McNerney's going to take another swing here. We're going to see how this works out, but I think it's going to go back to it. And he has been making it. Oh, great
Good
transition
bail.
back. Again, they find ways. That's the type of point that a lot of lesser teams lose, right? They try to volley back, they try to exchange, and they lose. Unbelievable.
Let's go.
Let's
Wow.
go is right.
She just got out of town. Great lob from hers.
This reminds me of another Short Hills moment. God, years ago, I was playing on a court next to Mike Marino, and they had like a 28-26 tiebreaker. And it was like a set and a half's worth of points that they played in one tiebreaker. I don't want to jinx this, but the way this match is going.
Yeah, at this point, you can't even – that flurry in the beginning from 6-3 to, like, where we are now, a couple of faults, big moments. This thing's had its moments, too. And all of this started with a out call that was overruled, right, which brings us to this point, right? And they get it to 6-all. Now, the end here has been just crazy turn of events while these guys are just battling.
Boy, and it's really amazing, too, how the level of play, although we had, some uncharacteristic faults in there, but they are sticking with their game plans. They're committed to the shots. They hit them when they can, but they're not doing anything uncharacteristic to what has gotten them here to this, 3 hours and 50 minutes later.
Yeah, no, they know what works for them, and it's all based on giving less, right? And taking whatever can come, and they're staying disciplined within it. They're not forcing anything that's not coming their way. I mean, this point's had 7 or 8, 6 really good Adam Morgan drives. They're just getting volleyed right back. They close in, they make the shot, and it's exactly what they're looking to do. And see if they. It's going to be one of two things. It's either going to be McNerney takes the hit, and goes for it, or he goes for the blitz off of Morgan. Morgan's taking the hit, and McNerney starts coming in. Oh, that's right at the crease. Oh, just missed it. Close. I like it. Again, they're just pushing that ball right in there, see if they can get a good bounce or a funny bounce. And that's sometimes the way you have to win it. Oh, Morgan. No! What a play!
Wow.
Beautifully done. He snaps 2 rollers. He's going for the crease. He gets Morgan with the drop shot on the follow, and it's a great get. So match point number 5 for Regalado and Salazar on McNerney's serve. See, that's the move you were talking about. He's so good at just sort of pushing it with the forehand. People get turned around there. Big volley from Morgan. Bursch and Elliott fighting hard, up 30-love, down 5-4, creeping and hanging on in that match. This match right down to the wire, match point number 5 for Regalado Salazar. Wow.
Oh. Volley from Adam.
Yeah, he's made 3 great volleys here. Carves it in.
Help. Help. Help.
3 hours, 50 minutes. Could there be another hour?
Another hour. Boy, oh boy.
If it goes 3.
It could be at least an hour.
I have a feeling Regalado and Salazar are going to get this one.
Yeah, I do too, but this could be the longest match in the history of paddle if it doesn't work out that way. Oh, got a little reach with the carve there. He's going to go again.
Double carve.
Yep, double carve.
Double drop shot.
Second one, he probably should have hit through him, but he thought he would catch him backpedaling. That's right at the crease. He's got it. Oh!
What? It's great patience.
He scraped that off the side wire, Salazar. Made 3 really good gets. Morgan's made 4 good volleys. It's basically what we've seen the entire day for close to 4 hours out here on the court. Umpire Mike Davis in the chair. Will switch out if this set is won by McNerney Morgan.
It just had to be a lob. First was right on top of the net. Anything off speed was not going to do anything.
Oh. Morgan. And this is all Salazar. They're not going anywhere near Regalado in this point. First time they've hit it into his corner.
I think it's smart. I have to say. I mean,
oh my
again,
God.
I've said it before.
Wow.
And the crazy thing is, too, I haven't noticed a single player out there. I mean, I would be a cramping mess, and I'd be in the corner crying in cramps. I haven't seen physically
Yeah, not a single
You know,
thing.
any hitches
Right.
from any of the players.
These guys could switch in the backcourt. They haven't needed to or done it all day. But this is the first time we've seen this level of commitment to playing Salazar's corner. Big forehand,
Wow.
misses it long.
That was a good look he had, too.
Yeah, a little stretched, but it was a look.
But Graham wasn't on the net.
Nope, absolutely.
Oh.
That's just a perfect point. They just battle it through. Morgan has to make 4 really good volleys. They take some strikes. 10 all. What else would we expect? And let's see if this continues, because
Yeah, they go back to work to Salazar.
yeah, that's the whole point. It's not like Salazar can't make that or he's afraid to pull the trigger. It's just the one thing you don't want is that running backhand up the line here from Regalado, or even him moving to the center with a little push blitz after it, right? He plays that low blitz, but there's the one thing you don't want, but he doesn't get it, and the fist pump. Set point number 3 now for McNerney Morgan. Oh, my God. Back and forth.
McNerney saw it coming. Put a little bit more on that one. Put a little extra pace on that overhead.
All right, Lopez Page, we're up 5-3, but the champs don't go down easily. Burris Elliott tie it up at 5 all. So
Yeah, I got to give a
rooting
shout out
interest there.
I do. It's for in my best interest that the champs keep winning.
That's your root for Burris and Elliott?
Yep.
It's in your best interest. That's well said. Go ahead, Mike.
Shout out to Allison Morgan. She has been courtside sitting there since the start of this match. She's in that purple
She is
coat
in the
there,
purple
cheering
coat.
on her. Yeah,
I mean, that's a hardy Chicagoan right there.
and oh man.
Hey, when we watch the Super Bowl later, we can put the men's final on at the same time, 6 p.m.
Right.
You got 2 screens at home?
Split screen, yep.
All right, set point 3 for McNerney Morgan. I don't know where the stats are, but they have taken that second set, and we may be heading to what I might think is the longest match.
Let's get Mike Davis out of there.
And we did this. Boy, oh boy, and we'll be right back in just a moment after these messages right here on the APTA YouTube channel, presented by Joho.
Who is the player with the best serve?
Best serve, we're going to go Tyler Frazier.
Best serve, Fraser. Sven Burus.
Well, I just had to deal with Sven Burus, so he's definitely up there.
Player with the best cutter?
Guillermo Nunez or Johan Durant. My partner, Eric West.
Tyler Frazier, without a doubt.
Dan Hansen.
Guillermo Nunez. I gotta say Dan Hansen's is just filthy.
Best roller?
Either Alvi or Jose. I'm gonna pick my own boy Russell Benkham on that one.
Johan Durant. Jose Salazar.
Jose Salazar.
Myself.
Best drive?
Alvi Regalado.
Jose Salazar.
Mark Powers. I like runs in there. Mike Wagner backhand, Johan forehand.
Best drive, Johan Durant.
Best blitz?
Philippe Rams.
Philippe.
Alvi.
Johan Durant. Probably Guille or McNerney.
Guille.
Guillermo Nunez.
Me.
Best volley?
Durant.
Johan. Alvi. Guillermo Nunez.
Guillermo Nunez. Guillermo Nunez.
Powers. I think it's one of the best on all of them. Mark Powers' volley is unbelievable. I don't think he gets enough credit for how good of a volley he is.
Best overhead?
Guille. I mean, we've got to go with Guy Nunez on that one. Powers. Juan Araya. Tyler Frazier.
Johan Durant. Durant.
And best competitor?
Adam Morgan.
Adam Morgan. Me.
Mark Powers.
I think I'm going to give that one to Guy Nunez too. Alvi.
I'm going to put myself on that one.
Want to see how volley can transform training at your club? We've got a great offer for you. Gather 30 of your club friends and you'll get a free 30-day trial of volley. Experience firsthand how Volley's trainer can help everyone improve. Increase reps and track your progress, all while training smarter. Don't miss out. Visit getvolley.com and unlock your club's full potential with a 30-day free trial.
Hi, I'm Andrew Ong and I'm head of the Players Committee. The Players Committee looks out for the players at the tournaments. Having the tournament experience be good is such a great thing, so we want to make sure that the players are represented and the things that are important to the players are thought about. A lot of players have been talking about the quarterfinal reprieve. That is optional this year, so that's made the players happy. Starting January 1st, the number of tournaments that contribute to the players' rankings will go from 3 to 4, and the reason for that is the APTA Tour has gone up in the number of events in the last couple years, from 12 or 13 to almost 20 this year, and so we just want to take a larger sample size towards players' rankings. We're trying to figure out scoring formats too. The matches get so long at this high level that figuring out if no ad is right or when to do no ad and tiebreakers and stuff is tough. Also, the size of the draws. Traditionally, 32 draw has been the number for most of the tour events. One of the great things about charities is that we'll have a 64 draw so all the local players can play. But some of the tour events are leaning towards 16. I think they want single-day tournaments. The sponsors and the fans really like the Saturday night final. It's finding a balance between what's good for the sponsors in the tournament and court availability and things like that, but also growing the game and keeping everyone engaged and letting everyone play. I'm Andrew Ong, and if you guys have any comments, ideas, or things you want to talk about, feel free to reach out to me. Email, text, everybody has my number, and I really do care about growing the game in a good way.
Hi guys, I'm Regalado, originally from Alicante, Spain. I'm located in Orange Lawn Tennis Club, New Jersey. I started playing tennis when I was 3 years old, top of the youth competition in Spain, and then when I was 18 I got a full scholarship here. I started playing paddle in 2022 and fell in love with the sport and with the community. My personal strength is reading the court really well, knowing when to attack and when to defend.
What do you do when you're not playing paddle?
When I'm not playing paddle, I'm spending time with my beautiful girlfriend, hopefully soon to be fiance. I got some points in there, huh? My partner is Jose Salazar and our team name is Regalado. I think our strength as a team is the chemistry we have outside of the court. He's one of my closest friends here and he's become a brother to me.
Why do you wear matching uniforms?
Trying to look cute. I'm Regalado. This is the APTA Tour.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Who would you say is the player with the best serve?
Lynn Burris.
Lynn Burris has the best serve.
Floor, Lynn, Bia, and Thea.
Me.
Player with the best cutter?
Best cut winner, I think you'd have to go B. Lopez.
Marie Maturka.
I think Anna. Zibori.
Next question. Anna Marie Zubori.
Subori and myself.
Best roller?
Gabby Nicoleska.
Best roller, Macy.
Macy. She's hit me a few times.
Charlotte Sikora.
Me.
Player with the best drive?
Me.
I would say Gabby, Lynn, myself.
Anna.
Best blitz?
Can I say myself? Myself.
Allison Morgan.
Addison.
Floor, by far. The team, Allison Morgan and Charlotte Sikora, they're amazing.
Best volleys?
I think Lynn.
Addison.
Lynn.
Halbauer, she can really hurt you with the volleys.
Best overhead?
I don't know.
That's a hard one. Can I come back to that one?
Me.
Best competitor?
Ooh, Macy Elliott.
Floor Honish.
Macy.
Myself.
At Volley, we build tools to unlock your potential. The new Volley PTI feature breaks down your game like never before. Ever wondered, which partner has impacted my PTI the most? What's our win percentage as the favorite or underdog? Do I perform differently in 2 or 3 set matches? Now, it's all at your fingertips. The PTI tool is free to everyone. Download the Volley app today and level up your game. We'll see you on the court.
Hi, I'm Anna Maria Zubori. I'm going to give you a tip how to adjust your drive in the cold weather. I find that some club players in the cold weather are just trying to get into the rhythm by trying to hit harder and harder, and that is one of the only adjustments. Instead of that, what I try to do, I try to look for different placement on the court. I try to bend my knees and stay low. The ball is not as bouncy, it's a little heavier, so without really bending my knees, the drive is not going to be as successful. So stay low, look for the compact swing, look for the openings, and with all of that, if all of that is working, the power is going to follow. I'm Anna Maria Zubori. I hope you enjoy this tip.
Hi, my name is Damian Johnston, and I'm the president of the APTA Board of Directors. New this year, I'm really humbled and excited to be part of this organization and awed by the responsibility to help grow this game that we all love so much. There's a couple of things that I'm really excited about going on at the APTA. First of all, I'm really excited about our deployment of our new PTI algorithm. It corrects some of the things that people didn't like about the old one and improves the accuracy for everyone. And what I really like about this system is, although it stresses a lot of people out, it's really great for us creating great events like PTI National Championships, and really one of the highlights of the season for me are PTI Team Nationals, which is a lot of fun for everyone. Another thing that I'm really excited about that enhances our tournament events is Court Director. It's a real-time, live updating scoring system used by our umpires and integrated in for everyone to look at on their mobile apps live while a match is occurring. No more having to ask everyone around you, what's the score? You can look it up yourself on the phone. Another thing I'm really excited about is the expansion of the APTA Tour. This year, it looks like we're going to have live stream matches and tour events across the country every weekend of the season. And that's really exciting to see all the enthusiasm and bringing this great game to communities across the country. To stay up to date with all things paddle, check us out at platformtennis.org.
Welcome back to the APTA Tour. We're here at the Short Hills Invitational in Short Hills, New Jersey, with this semifinal match, the men's match between Regalado, Salazar, and McNerney, Morgan. I'm Mike Raleigh alongside Brad Easterbrook, bringing you this semifinal match that is going into hour number 5.
Yep.
Do we have Tomas Christian, our guest announcer, in the booth as well still?
We do not. Tomas Christian is bailing out, and he had a good guest spot with us, so it was fun to get his perspective on this, having played a lot of these matches and been apart. You know, Broderick and Christian is the only team to have beaten Regalado and Salazar this year, but McNerney Morgan, with a change into that second set, able to come back to get some points, and just what a wild finish that tiebreaker was, Mike. I mean, it came down. They're up 6-3. You think it's sort of a foregone conclusion, but then a couple of quick points, and then a fault, and then a fault back, and they really just battled. But 5 match points saved by McNerney and Morgan. And this may go down as the longest match in the history of, paddle, the live stream anyway. Back in the day, even in the 70s, I think there was a moment when they were playing 3 out of 5 for one moment. So there might have been some longer ones, but the points didn't last as long back then. There was not as many uniform courts. They had the old wooden courts. Guys would, come to net, and if it got hit through, it would get finished a lot more, right? The transition game didn't exist in that way quite the same. So I think this is going to go down. It's probably the longest match. It's certainly the longest I've ever called on the live stream. So been fun doing it with you, Mike, and so much to actually unpack in this thing. But, we got more ahead, so we'll save it.
Yeah.
So you see there's Alvi Regalado. We got some good camera shots from producer Jake. He's kind of walking in. They're taking their 10-minute break. Adam Morgan, he's pressureless. He doesn't feel it. And, McNerney, they're just trying to stay warm, I think at this point you take a quick change of shirt if you need it, half a banana. And, for Regalado and Salazar, look, they've all played high-level tennis. You just go back to battle here. You lost the set. You're going to go away. If you lose a match, you're going to be like, we had it, but get back to battle.
Back to work, yes.
And that goes for you too, Mike.
Yeah.
Get back to work.
We had a change in the up in the chair. Mike Yachimski's back. He's now up in the chair. The 4 hours of sitting there. Was it Mike Davis was in there before? And
yep, some yeoman-like work. And
we are off and running.
All right, so again, let's do a quick little recap here. This is Jose Salazar in the green cap and the blue cap there, his partner. And the way you can tell them apart, for the most part, the best way is with their paddles. Jose Salazar has the white paddle, and Alvi Regalado's got the black one. On the top of your screen, hitting that ball with the blue jacket, Graham McNerney, and his partner Adam Morgan in the black with the white cap. So these guys have been battling. We're an hour 5 in this match. We're going to get another guest commentator coming in here, Mark Powers. And he's been out there watching the festivities. He had a match. He was in our other semifinal against Durant and Mitchell. And he'll give us some insight into that, plus insight into this match. So, Mark, welcome in. Two-time national champion and another 3-time finalist. Mark Powers is in the booth. Mark, welcome.
Thank you, Brad. Thanks for having me.
That's great. Well,
welcome, Mark.
Stuck around to watch a little.
I did.
All right, good. So take us through, you've played with Graham McNerney, and you know what his skill set is, and you've been watching all this match. So what are your thoughts on the match so far?
I've been bouncing between the women's finals and this match quite a bit. So, it seems like there's no lack of willingness to grind out there right now.
That's good. You've mastered the art of understatement,
yep.
Which is a really good commentary.
Glad
commentator
I'm
skill.
value add here.
We have gone beyond the grind, Mark. We are now into
the nether regions. What's the darker levels?
No,
I don't know what the next level.
I think the only thing of note that I saw out there was really, really tight, consistent play on both sides, followed by some really kind of a loose breaker, especially the last, call it 6 or 7 points.
Yeah.
You don't see any of these guys tighten up, really. It's just not their MO, but they were kind of giving each other some free points there, and looked like Adam and Graham were just able to capitalize on it.
All right, well, I gotta write this in here. I just got a text from Eric West. He just chimes in. He goes, at the start of this match, I have flown from Newark to Dulles to Cincinnati, got my car, picked up Chipotle, and now at home watching this third set. So, Eric West, here's a shout-out to you, a competitor against you guys in the quarterfinals here, and a great player and one of the top 5 teams in the country. So, thanks for the rundown. I'm sure if anybody else wants to send in their list of what they've done since the start of this match, feel free. We can compare them all in there. All right, so a couple of points in here. We talked about, obviously, the willingness to grind out there. There were a couple of notable things that, for us, Graham McNerney found a way in that second set to win points with his forehand. He unloaded on a few of them. And he probably won 6 or 7. He didn't find any of those winners in the first set. For me, it was transformative and one of the reasons why they were able to get to this point. You're right. There was a couple of – when it was 6-3 up in the breaker, you thought for sure Regalado and Salazar, they're going to close this out. But didn't work out that way, and the grind continues. Alvi Regalado able to the backhand move up the wire and get the winners there, and they've primarily, for the balance of the match, have had more backcourt offense than those guys. 1 or 2 more hits. But at the end of that breaker, too, Mike, it seemed like, that Morgan and McNerney definitely went towards Salazar. When the moments got tighter at the end of that breaker, they're like, we're not going to let Regalado have the up-down overhead. He actually did take one on the final point, which went out. But, you know, it seemed like there were just these little subtle shifts between, like you said, just the willingness to grind, right?
Yeah,
Well, it's
and
also,
now Mark, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say there is something about Graham. Graham's very difficult when he's at net because he, playing with him last year and really never playing with righties, it didn't feel that strange because he just covers the court so well from net and his that's what a cut.
Yeah, great cut short finish.
But his down up overheads. I mean, he hits it like he's 7'5". I mean, it's really, really hard to generate any offense when he's in that rhythm of hitting those hard overheads to the side screen on the ad. And it looks like Jose and Alvey were starting to get a little frustrated that they weren't able to hike the side screen and take him early. So
yeah. Well, and I think it'll be interesting to see. I know that the work that it takes to consistently play that down up overhead receiving it. I mean, your quads, I don't care how good a shape these guys are in, that continued set early, set low, and then lift with the legs, it's got to take its toll. And then you throw on top of that third panel slam overhead that he's hit, and it'd be interesting to see in hour number 5 how they come back.
Yeah, for my money, the fitness end of this hasn't really entered in. And even the mental end, I mean, this set's got to go faster. I can't imagine it can't, right? But there have been surprises all the way through, including the big surprise at the end, which, turned it. We had the overrule. I wouldn't have called anything like a controversy. It's a call made and a call overruled. Great blitz there and a great start for McNerney Morgan in this third set. And that is the number one, move for McNerney. He's had plenty of those wins. He's had a few losses with it, but the net moves and the blitz plays are part of the way they get, gain their points.
I love that he's ripping that forehand. He really is starting to look for that, and he's such a good blitzer. If he's hitting his spots and falling behind it, he really is very dangerous.
Yeah, to me, it's the only ingredient that's really missing. He can push you around. He can move. He's probably at the net one of the absolute best in the game, without a doubt.
No question.
One step back, he can hit a waterfall, and then he's all on top of the net, and he reads exactly where the ball's going to go. You have to hit behind him because you try to hit it anywhere else, you're actually begging for a drop shot or a put-away volley. And, if he doesn't unload the only place he needs more points is on his forehand. It's the only reason he hasn't been to a national final yet, in his career, and he's one of the best players without a trip to that at this point in time. But, we'll get for this in a match, and let's talk a little about your semi. If you have a minute to talk about it, because as Eric West got his thing, you guys were off and on quick. It didn't go the way you wanted to out there.
Oh, sorry. I was just watching the cut.
Yep.
Graham.
Tough shot.
That's a tough one. Yeah, it was a tough semi. Those guys played great. It felt like the Johan and Steven we've all watched in the past. Very explosive. They were really bouncing around and striking the ball really well. It was actually really nice to see these guys out here. It's been feels like the sport's been missing them a little bit over the last year and a half. So it was actually nice to see them playing at form like that. And yeah, it's going to be a really interesting nationals with them really back in the mix, playing that well. So.
Well, that's great to hear.
And Mark, when you are formulating a game plan against Regalado and Salazar, what are areas? I mean, you're one of two teams to beat them in the last year, and just over or under a year. What type of game plan are you playing if you care to share it with us?
Yeah, I mean, I think it ultimately comes down to if I like hitting a lot of drives, and against that team, I'm probably just being a bit more selective. Because I know their willingness to bail, get out of the way, just run back to the back of the court. Driving through them isn't really going to generate all that much for me, and so I'd say instead of trying to, rip it through them, they're young and athletic. They can get out of the way, and then you just restart the point, and that can be overly frustrating if you go into the match thinking that you're going to just rip through them. You can't.
Yes.
So it's really just you have to be more selective. And I know that sounds so obvious, and the points end up being a lot longer, but it's really just playing high percentage shots. But the only thing you don't want to get lulled into is not taking any cuts, because otherwise they will end up hurting you if you're there just lobbing over and over again and you're not putting any pressure on them. They can stay out there all day, is what I was going to say. So it's the mix of pressure, but also knowing that you can get caught missing too early against them. That's what they want. So.
Oh, what a move from Regalado, and another great volley from Morgan with the fallback kind of push, but the paddle stays still. So great start here, McNerney Morgan. And, you talk about being selective, and we talk about their ability to defend. It sort of shapes the way you have to think about this. You have to have the mentality that, you're going to play a long time, and that's what they do to you. It's nothing that you can almost avoid. Mm-hmm. Like thinking that you can hit it better or harder, well, they just get out of the way. It's a little trickier. You might be able to do some damage at the net, but they defend so well. They're so long, and they can make the gets. He got him that time.
Yep.
Great cutter.
Great cutter.
He's hit 2 or 3, and it's a great start. And again, Mike Jimsey in the chair as he's got a couple of cutters here, and they're coming out like fired up. All the momentum's got to be for McNerney Morgan making what you would have to say is a slightly improbable comeback in that second set. And these guys, they just kind of recalibrate, get themselves sort of fired back up for it.
Yeah.
That's a little long there from Morgan.
I mean, and the thing is right, there have always been slower playing teams who will lob, don't really bring a ton of offense, and there's always been faster teams. The thing about these guys is they can turn it on a dime whenever they want. They both drive the ball unbelievably well. They're both explosive. They're just kind of lulling you into thinking that they're being passive until they're not, and then they jump on it. So they're just playing, at the end of the day, kind of good fundamental paddle. They just happen to be 25 years old and unbelievably fast.
Right.
It's a good combination.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
It's kind of a funny thing for us, Mike, to be on the air here, and we're talking, of course, with Mark Powers, 2-time national champion, 5-time finalist, and he's talking like the grizzled old veteran at 35.
Right.
And he's like, these youngsters over here at 25 running around like whippersnappers.
34,
meanwhile,
thank
you and I
Brad.
have our walkers.
Don't age him, Brad.
Did I just age you? Oh, boy.
You sound like my wife. We don't round up after 30.
There you go.
Yes. Ooh, what a volley.
Yeah, but those kind of volley transitions, and we were talking about this on air before, transitioning points. Mike had done a little bit of a mini case study where he had, taken a sort of what drive ends up being a winner, what drive ends up being a loser, an error, and what drives just end up just continuing on the point. And his findings were basically 10 winners, 10 errors, and everything else. Because if so, it's basically almost dead even when somebody's taking a
10%.
strike.
Yep.
Right. 10%. 10%. Sorry, 10% errors, 10% winners, and the rest are 80% just ends up being the point continues. Mm-hmm. Now, to me, that's sort of like it's probably a very representative stat. It makes sense to me. My only thing is, like, some guys are more hitters, their percentage is probably up, and so they design their game in that way. Some guys are less hitters, so their percentage is slightly less, so they design their game the other way. That's the unique thing. You can design your game however you want to highlight your strengths.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, these weren't Mark Powers forehands. This was Regalado, Salazar, Tomas Christian, and Drew Broderick. So you might be tilting that scale with that hammer of a forehand of yours. So
when they go in. When they go in.
All right, so Regalado, Salazar on the doorstep of their first game, and this has been just watching him unload the forehand. When he commits, it's a legitimate shot.
He hits it well.
Yeah.
He just doesn't commit, and it's been sort of almost, you would have to say, a lifelong paddle journey for him with his forehand. And in the old days, it would really just be push everything there. If he adds that one dimension in there.
I completely agree. The thing I'm noticing, though, and he brought it out when we played Short Hills together last year.
He was hitting the forehand?
He was hitting it a bit, yeah. And really just, he started with just challenging the low volley, right? So I think the forehand, when he used to break down on him a little bit, he was hitting him flat. He was really, like, you know, kind of pushing through it, kind of bunting at it. I love that he's rolling the ball. It looks like he's got a lot more control. He's picking spots. And again, if he's dipping that at your feet,
yeah, he's
blitzing
in right behind
it, and that's not fun to see.
But he's actually committed to accelerating on it. The issue before was he would not accelerate.
Correct.
So you knew you could dump it to him because he wouldn't accelerate the paddle. So all he's going to do is shove it. And then you can see the shove. Where you accelerate the paddle, now he can actually move the ball a little bit, make the ball start to shape and dip. So Regalado Salazar finally getting their way into this third set. Down 2-1, still up a break. McNerney to serve. We got our guest, Mark Powers, in the booth here. And this is like, I know it's Super Bowl Sunday for football, but this is like Super Short Hills Sunday as well. The women's finals going to 3 sets with a huge comeback from Elliott and Burrish in that match. You were watching a little of that.
I was.
So give us some insight into their match because we haven't been able to see any of it.
It was great play all around. I think it took a little while for Lynn and Macy to kind of get comfortable. B and Tay came out firing. It was very, very explosive, and it was almost a little bit of a whirlwind. And I think it.
They were sort of shell-shocked by what they were bringing at them. We didn't expect this much offense and this much. Like, we got to recalibrate this a little.
Correct, bit. And they clearly went out there with a game plan that seemed to be, you know, let's get into this match. We'll play a little slow. We'll work our way in, and the Bantay just came out.
They had
pumping.
none of it, right? They were having none of it.
It was really hard to defend against, and I was happy to see Lynn and Macy really settle in the second. They came back from down quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, they were 5-2 down, I believe, in the second set.
Yep. So yeah, they're grinding out there, but it's fun paddle. They're all playing explosive. It's good. It deserved a third set.
Well, absolutely, and that match right there started around 11 o'clock. So that match is over 2+ hours, probably close to 2.5. As we said, we're on our 5th hour here. This match started at 9:10 a.m. I can't even do the math anymore. It's at 4.5 hours with, of course, about a 10-minute break in between. So we're probably, you know, I don't know what the longest match you've ever played, Mark.
This will have to be the longest match that's ever
It's the longest match I've ever called for sure, and with a couple of some of the longest points as well.
30-15.
You know, have you ever played a match over 3.5 yet?
I have.
Yeah?
With Graham last
year
year
in the semis against Frazier
that was a 4-hour
and
match.
Morgan, actually.
Yep.
Frazier and Morgan last year. Yep. But you said to us there, it didn't feel like it was as much of a physical grind as it was you just had to wait the time to take what you needed.
Yep.
And you could not force it. And it's sort of been the mantra of what we've been talking about in a lot of cases with this. Like, if you tried to make it faster, you were just going to hurt yourself.
Correct. It also helped, again, I mean, that, you know, we watch Graham on live streaming right now, and you see how well he covers the court, but as his partner, it actually helps your legs a lot, not having to jump back to deep lobs every time. He really does cover that lob really well. Helped us not feel overwhelmingly tired in the finals last year, despite playing 7.5 hours on Super Bowl Sunday.
7.5 hours. I mean, this is equivalent of running a marathon, a relatively slow marathon. I mean,
Marathon. I don't think I'd run it any other way, Mike. I think that would be my tempo for a marathon.
Well, it'd take me about 9 hours to run it.
Exactly.
But, you know,
sounds right to me.
The elite level, they're playing at, 2 hours and 2:20? I don't know, but golly, it's...
Morgan, they lead 3 games to 1/3 set. Look at the new ball, guys.
They seem to be pressing a bit. This is
Pressing a little. Yeah,
15 minutes and we're at 3-all. It took 15 minutes to get to deuce in the first game in the first set.
Yeah.
Oh, great shot. Yeah, and to me, it's kind of also like pressing a flat start, a little, almost slightly lost start. Like, still maybe in slight shock that we lost that second set. We got to, and now it's like, hey, this is it right here. And we brought it up earlier, and it seemed like it wasn't going to come into play because there was a moment where it was clearly Regalado and Salazar were always sort of had the better of it. You know, the APTA Cup, if Graham McNerney can win this, he can become first place in the APTA Cup. This is like a $10,000. It could be a $10,000 match for Graham McNerney.
Wow.
Right. So he's got to win the finals. Otherwise, Jose Salazar will be first in the APTA Cup, and Regalado will be second. But if McNerney can win this match and win the finals, he'll flip into first on the $25,000 prize.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oof.
15-all.
You see some of these errors too that are creeping in like that. I don't even, hard to call that an error, but some of what has been routine volleys are now, or routine screens. You know, I think we're seeing the weight of the 4-hour match coming in, and maybe that, you know, the legs are a little tired, so they're not in perfect position.
More damage with the forehand. I think you're right.
Yeah.
It has to be. Because especially Jose and Alvi, they really they let go of a lot of, that's
30, 40.
uncharacteristic volley miss. But generally, if they don't have the volley on their paddle, they let it go and run back and start over again. It seems like they're trying to take on a lot of these volleys now.
Yeah, that's, you know, I would say within, you know, almost the first two sets we saw miss, you know, barely that many volleys, right? You know, like, and most of the volleys that they miss are actually when they're trying to do something a little more or making one. And, you know, there's just, I mean, those are good drives, but it's just sort of a different play here.
Yeah, and the only, you know, we've seen Adam on the break.
What a volley.
Good hands. There was no tired on that volley, was there? But we've seen he's been the only player doing a little bit of stretches on the changeovers. I don't know if everybody else is just faking it like they're not tired, but boy, oh boy.
Called out, confirmed.
Advantage McNerney Morgan.
Yep. He flipped it. Yeah, he had it wrong on his pad. You know, the umpires actually do the score. They have an iPad that's directly into our live stream here. So break point here. McNerney Morgan they're just coming out with the, you know, the momentum, and they're riding it here. And it's definitely been, you know, we were talking about before of the sort of incomparable defense they're able to put out there, and it's not quite there yet for Regalado Salazar. They're sprinkling in some errors, and it's just a little bit of flat start. And this match is going to go out one of the longest in history, but, you know, what a win for these guys, an improbable one, you know, by most accounts.
Far from over, Brad.
Far from it.
You know,
you're right. Well, I don't think any of us could have scripted how that wild tiebreaker went down. You know, from 6-3 on, and there were some incredible points to actually get it to that point. We had this sort of semi-hosel volley from Regalado, pushed it behind, where, you know, they all had a good laugh because it was a great return from McNerney. He's like, "You can't believe you hit that." And, you know, and just a couple of loose points, fault here.
Back-to-back faults.
Right, and we hadn't seen them at all.
Yep.
For the entire match.
Yeah, I think the most surprising to me was the lob into the center of the court when Regalado and Salazar were at the net, and it was just a little bit of a, you know, a hitch, and
yeah, they just got confused on it, and we hadn't seen that the whole match, right? And so it's just a couple of strange, improbable errors. It didn't feel like it was the pressure getting to anyone either. It felt like just some sort of like anomaly that just planted itself there.
McNerney Morgan, they lead 4-1, third set.
Yeah, that was a long one.
Well, it's been few and far between with the moments. Well, let's talk first about volley, and that'll get to my point here. And train in real game scenarios with serve and volley, the world's first responsive play drill. Volley's new AI-powered feature tracks your position, the ball, and returns every serve for targeted practice. Try it today on the Volley app. Now, my point was to you guys, and Michael, I'll start with you, is, they haven't faced a lot of these situations where they've been down in the third. They've been riding on people, breaking people the whole way. This is the first moment, maybe not the first, because they did lose to Christian and whatever, where this is actually a dig deep moment for them. Mostly they're kind of working on it and they're overworking your mental state, and they just can't handle the weight of that. Mm-hmm. Here's a moment where the weight is now squarely on their shoulders, coming out flat here. I mean, what would you say to your partner, or how do you go about that when you haven't had to face it much all year?
Well, I think this is, I don't know if they're getting broken down by the sheer, just time factor.
Yeah.
But boy, they got to find, both teams have to really find maybe their third wave of momentum, or not momentum, but they got to dig deep here. This is getting into crunch time, and they haven't, to your point, they really haven't been into this except for, this year against Christian and Broderick. But to me, this has a different feel to it. There's a physical, that was a mental. This now we're looking at a physical, 4 hours, 20 minutes, plus the mental side of it. So it's kind of a double whammy.
Oh, just a great cut finisher there from McNerney. He's brought out about 3 in this set. Mark, any thoughts on that? Just like sort of how you write yourself when you've been in a position where you're up all the time. Like, where do you go? Do you just have to change it in your mind, or what kind of reservoir? They've had a great season,
50 all.
but it feels flat, right? How do you get your energy back up, losing that set like that?
I think I honestly I don't know. I think they, like you said, I don't know how many sets they've lost this year. And I don't know how many teams have put them in a position where they feel like they need to do more, or they get a little bit. It's strange because it doesn't seem like their go-to is to start driving the ball more, but they're getting caught trying to create and maybe try to hit their way out of a lack of momentum right now, because Graham and Adam are clearly bouncing around, feeling good. They're playing a great start to the third. But it seems like right now they're trying to hit their way out of this match, and that's not their game style. It's a little strange. But again, they haven't had to deal with this at all this season. They've just been running people.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to think back. As a team, they lost in straight sets, I believe, to Broderick and Christian, and I think they were taken to 3 sets, maybe 2 other times.
Okay. Yep.
And I don't have any in front of me. I don't have their results, but it's been less than a handful of times that they've been pushed to losing more than 4 sets total.
Yeah, and I think the difference between even you can drop a set, a team comes out playing really explosive. These guys play high percentage paddle. They know that teams will start missing. They're going to continue playing their game plan. But in the second set, this whole match has come down to a handful of points.
Yeah.
And even the first set, I know they lost 6-3, but Graham had 2 drop shot opportunities on the net at 3-all. He missed 1 cut, which he normally doesn't miss. It did come down to points. And so, these guys are sitting here being like, we're not winning any free points. Graham is playing phenomenally from the net. Adam is hitting great drives. We need to do. It's almost like they feel like they need to do something else. But I don't know.
All right, so
Played a good point there.
Yeah, that was a great point, and that was a helpful loose forehand roller there. But it just feels like all the momentum just shifted with that tiebreaker, right?
Yep.
And it's almost feels like more of an energy situation than anything else. How do we get that back, whatever that is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're running with that, right now, McNerney and Morgan. And the other guys, they're going through the motions, but something feels different, right? They're clearly not trying. They're truly not battling. They're doing it. It just all feels a little different. That's all. Where you get it from is it's tough. It's tough. It's the hardest thing about it. And we got to remember these guys are going back out, and 1 hour later they're playing a final. But this victory, if it comes down to that for McNerney and Morgan, they're just pulled. It's like a Lazarus, right? Pulled right out from the depths. It's just been an incredible amount of fortitude.
Well, I also got to tell you that has to, you can be as mentally strong as you want, but going into a third set after playing 4 hours, saying if we do win this match, we're playing Johan and Steven in an hour, that there's no question that is creeping in their minds to an extent.
They almost need to compartmentalize, be like, okay, we are, what happens next is irrelevant to what's happening now, and also be able to compartmentalize and forget about that tie break.
Yeah.
So get back to being a little bit more process based and what's their process, rather than worrying about what's happened in the past or what might happen in the finals.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, digs it out.
I mean, like that overhead from Graham, he's falling away, he's at the service line, and he's able to hit a down-up overhead down the line. He's got some range.
Now, Regalado does give you sometimes a look where he's not moving, but he's clearly moving a little less right now, looking for that attacking overhead.
Regalado Salazar, McNerney Morgan lead 4-2, third set.
That's extremely helpful for those guys. That was the first game where we had just a missed overhead right there, 2 missed overheads, and it's just a little spark. Maybe it's a little spark. We'll see.
15 love.
Yeah,
Definite.
It's always tough when you have the momentum, especially in a third set like this. The kind of the fine line of making them feel like they need to come up with the goods to get out of that hole versus oh wow,
that's unreal.
15 all.
Do you play tight and make your opponents feel like they need to swing their way out of a 4-1 deficit in the third, or do you keep playing the game that's gotten you there? And it's always a kind of a fine line.
McNerney continuing to bring some forehands. See, great help there. Help call from McNerney. Oh. There's the acceleration and the blitz behind. Great move from McNerney.
30-15.
You think we can petition the APTA if this goes to, 6-all in the third, that they play it out?
Play it out would be great.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
And no breaker in the third set.
I mean, we could probably have that pushed through. We got some, higher ups in the governing body. Oh, spoon that. It's like an inverted backhand.
Brad, do you teach that?
You know, I don't teach it that way, but maybe I should.
Yeah.
There you go. Because he seemed to have no problem with it. All right, McNerney going to work. And they've been able to defend this for 4.5 hours. Can they keep doing it and work their way back into this match? Oh, what a block lob there. Like a stab. Oh. Yeah, this is sort of more reminiscent of all the play we saw in the middle there. That was just great point. A couple of quick little drives.
But Graham's still continuing to work that through the center of the court.
Oh, dig. Wow.
Wow.
Another big forehand for
Thumper.
McNerney.
30-40.
It's been a difference maker, clearly from the beginning in the middle of that second set to now.
Yeah.
It's been a difference maker, and it's way on the plus side for McNerney since he started hitting it.
It's out. Yep.
All right, so that is 5-2 now for McNerney Morgan.
Game McNerney Morgan. They lead
You know, and
5
Mark-
games to 2, third set.
Brad and I were talking middle of the second set about ways that, you know, is the team of Morgan and McNerney, are they able to when they're in the backcourt, are they able to kind of open the floodgates more with their drives?
Yeah, open it.
And,
Could they get back into it by driving more, by opening it up and being more offensive?
and I think we agreed that it's going to be a tough task, but McNerney has proven us wrong. And, you know, I usually don't like to say when I'm wrong and admit it, but he has definitely proven me wrong with his ability to take that forehand and really open it up. And, boy, it's very impressive.
Yeah, it's more than that. I don't think it's that we thought he couldn't do it. It's that he's never done it. You know,
Yeah.
there was just a moment, and, you know, until you see something, it doesn't exist really, you know. And these are the most forehands, impactful forehands that McNerney's hit in a match probably ever, right? You know, most of the time he's always content to push you around, pull you around, and don't pull a trigger. Now he's actually pulling the trigger, and, you know, it's been just a massive difference in that way.
And he's doing it on game points.
Yes.
These are big
He's just
points.
doing
This
it.
isn't a up 40 love in a game, and he's doing it because he has some cushion. He's pulling it out when it matters.
No, and this might be just the moment that sort of catapults that next direction. Clearly he's been one of the best players in the country for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And as a partner, he's invaluable because he is like the Swiss Army knife. You can play with him. He can play with anybody, you know, because his net game is so strong. Oh, there's a miss there.
You jinxed him, Brad. You jinxed him.
Yeah, I guess I did. But, you know, it's always been the same knock. It hasn't been anything else but, right? And he breaks that out. Little fortune now, and they can use it.
15-40.
So, little survival. And if they get a couple of breaks, anything can spark a comeback here. Right now they're just hanging on by a thread, and they'll take these things. Regalado and Salazar. I mean, we haven't seen a single, like, fist pump or, like, let's go from Regalado and Salazar in this set because none of it's sort of felt that way. It's all been working the other direction, right? And of the points they're winning, and there we go. There's some great fortune for them. They get the break.
Three let courts in a game.
McNerney Morgan lead 5-3 third set.
Denise, we've had enough. McNerney Morgan up 5-3 in the semifinals.
All right, so that was a great break. 3 let chords. See if they can spark something. But no like pumped up, like let's go after the let chords, right? Like, come on. You know, it was a little bit like, all right, let's go. You know, you would think that might be fired with some of that stuff. I know if Adam Morgan got those in that situation, he'd be, come on, you know, and the fist pump with the you know, the walk stuff. And that, strangely, is what's missing in this third set a little bit, right, for these guys. Oh, what a hit. What a hands. And another impactful forehand from McNerney.
115.
See McNerney always lurking, looking for the blitz. He thought Morgan might hit that. Started pressing himself forward.
Good lob. Better overhead there to stay in control of the net.
Good get.
Oh, not that one. Come on, Morgan. Morgan again. Let's go, McNerney. Get in there. Great playing from Adam Morgan. A flurry of action here.
You're kidding me.
What a match, Mike. Mark, thanks for joining us out here. It's great to get your insights. All right, 2 points from victory. McNerney and Morgan clawed their way through that second set.
And that's what they've kind of cleaned up for the most part.
You say 2 points from victory, but it doesn't feel like it. It does. Right?
Drop shot miss. 3 match points for McNerney and Morgan after being down 5 match points.
McNerney, does he tag this?
No, I think he blocked kind of halfway. He definitely didn't tag it. It's a controlled drive. I'm not missing it. I'm not going for it. I'm not missing it. Mark Powers, would you have teed it up?
Yes.
Yeah. Any forehand above my waist gets teed up.
And there's a lot of those because I'm so small.
Yeah. Oh!
Oh, baby!
Okay.
He needed that to be logo height.
Speaking of teeing it up, all right, 1 match point saved down for Regalado Salazar. Half a blitz there for McNerney. 2 match points saved.
Just missed.
Do not want these to go fast like this. All right, he's just, 3 serves in the box, no faults. Heavy roller, good shot. Soft, bringing Morgan in. Heavy roller, quick drive.
What a drive.
Game, set, and match McNerney Morgan.
McNerney Morgan. 3-6, 7-6, 6-3.
Unbelievable, Mike. What a comeback for those guys in the second set. You know, crazy turn of events from an overruled call, which took 2 match points off the board, you know, to the comeback in the tiebreaker. Just incredible stuff. In our 5th hour, this match started at 9:10. It is basically about 2:04. So, you know, that is right. I can't even do that math. It's close to 5 hours, right? It's about 5 hours, right? So, you know, incredible stuff out there, Mike. Any thoughts?
Well, I first want to thank Mark Powers and Tomas Christian for stepping in and adding, you know, a great level of commentary and helping us ride this wave of, holy smokes, close to a 5-hour match. Kudos to both teams. It's just a dogfight, and boy, it makes this final, which will be coming up here shortly. I think we're about 1 hour away. From the final.
They're going to give Graham 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay.
Just stay out there.
Yeah, stay out there, and we will be back. I won't be back for the finals, but Brad, you better go get some hot tea to take care of those golden pipes of yours.
Indeed, I will do that.
Yes.
Gentlemen,
and
thank you for having me.
Hey, Mark, it's been a treat. Anytime you want to join us, you got an open invitation, and we will be back for the finals in just about an hour here.
All right, perfect. Now, I'll add quickly for all of you out there, the women's final is still going on, so check out that amazing match where we're having some great commentary from Patty Hogan and Denise Murphy, as it is 2-all in the 3rd set with Lopez and Page against Burish and Elliott. So be back to us in an hour for the men's final.
Hi, my name is Macy Elliott, and my tip of the week is on your roller. A lot of times when I see people hit rollers, they tend to go over the ball because they want to bring it down and create more spin. But when you do that, you're actually going to create a lot of pressure on your elbow. So a lot of times when people get tennis elbow, it's from that. Instead, I want you to go straight up on the ball and pretend like you're going to finish all the way up with your knuckles to your ear. This upward motion will create more spin and it will grab less of the ball than if you were to go over it. If you grab too much of the ball, you don't get as much spin and it's not quite as effective versus going straight up the back and finishing up by your ear. I'm Macy Elliott. Hope you enjoyed this tip of the week. I'll see you on the courts.
Hi guys, Charlotte Sikora here, originally from France, been living in Philadelphia for many years. Started playing tennis when I was 5 years old, and then at the age of 18 I moved to the US. Starting playing paddle because I was teaching in a club who wanted me to teach paddle and I had no idea what the heck that sport was. So I asked them to show me how to play it, and then I got hooked and I started competing, fell in love with the game, and here we are today. Tennis is still my first love, but paddle pushes us to be mentally really tough and patient. I absolutely love playing with my partner Alison. We met during a paddle camp that we were teaching. We were each looking for a partner, and we've grown to be very close. And I love how we are constantly encouraging each other and growing as a team and getting better. I am very fortunate to be with her.
What's your strength as a paddle player?
I think my strength is me, my car, how big I am. My favorite food is chocolat, for sure.
What song have you had on repeat this week?
I'm not much of a song girl. I am a podcast girl, I'm a video, YouTube girl, but not so much songs. I feel like I'm such an open book. All the fun people know what's fun about me. I'm Charlotte Sikora, and this is the APTA Tour.
Historically, Glen Oak is a golf-only club, but they wanted to add an extra amenity, and Glen Ellen has a huge community for paddle. We were lucky to pull 200 players from the Glen Ellen community.
Many members had played at the Glen Ellen Park District.
We were able to get a bunch of teams going, kind of right off the bat.
The facility has been an amazing addition to Glen Oak. It's really brought a lot of new ladies to the sport.
And it's not only the courts, but this beautiful paddle hut.
Having a place to hang out, relax, catch a game, as well as come and play paddle with your friends has been a huge attraction. As you come up the ramp to the sports complex, the first thing that you're gonna see is that large outdoor patio.
There's a fireplace out here on the main level.
You can drink and eat with your friends, as well as look out to the 9th hole where you can watch some golfers come through during the right seasons. As you head inside, you'll walk into our large lounge space and dining area.
There's a really long bar with beautiful light fixtures. There's made-to-order food.
We got a great bar staff, great restaurant.
You can get quesadillas and burgers. The ribs are awesome here.
We have a ton of bar seating and lounge seating. We have our hubby area where you can store all of your belongings. 4 TVs, an indoor fireplace.
It's a great place to come on a Friday night just to hang out.
Bring the kids down. It's very family friendly, so we've brought our families in on Sundays and kind of been teaching them the game.
Downstairs, you're gonna see a fully stocked bar, as well as 3 golf simulators, and our second outdoor patio, where you can hang out by our fire pit and enjoy the evening after you played. The membership loves the full year-round rackets operation.
There's a lot of different opportunities for all levels. We have children's programs,
couples paddle,
mixers.
Our other friends over at the Park District, we've invited them. We actually tend to call it the vortex sometimes. We'll come down here and we're all getting together and having so much fun, nobody ever wants to leave. So it's really been great.
We are at Glen Oak Country Club, and this is the APTA Hut of the Month.
Hi, I'm Spencer Caravaggio, and my paddle tip is about footwork. Typically, we as paddle players tend to stand with our feet totally flat on the ground. As somebody who can get really frustrated by missing their drive, typically it's because your feet are flat and then all of a sudden you want to spring into action. So in between balls, make sure that you keep those feet going. Not only will it help you be able to really be on your toes and get ready for your drive, but it'll also help you get to some screens a little bit better. A thing that we see a lot is, people tend to move what they think is the wrong way on a screen and then they give up, but if your feet are still going, even if you move the wrong way, you can really get your body moving into that ball no matter what and be able to survive and make it through another shot. So if you can keep your feet moving, you're gonna most of the time be in really good shape.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Want to see how volley can transform training at your club? We've got a great offer for you. Gather 30 of your club friends and you'll get a free 30-day trial of volley. Experience firsthand how volley's trainer can help everyone improve. Increase reps and track your progress, all while training smarter. Don't miss out. Visit getvolley.com and unlock your club's full potential with a 30-day free trial.